The finale, the crescendo, the decider. One title has been secured and that champion is Husni Zainal Fadzi with the Zir Elephant HP 969 MCR RBT 34 racing team. However, 4 more titles are up for grabs at the Chang International Circuit in Buriram, Thailand. Hiroki Ono is on fire form for his title defense with a dominant double victory in Sepang. Ramdan Rosli and Sarthak Chavan have a lot of fight to give, but is it too little too late? Fadila Arbiaditama defied logic in Sepang with 3 rev cuts and a major error in race 1. His lead is now 36 points after a monstrous victory in race 2. The hunters are Izam Ikmal for Victor Racing and Kritapat Kunkum, who's on home soil. Adananta Putra looks to finally take the title home. However, Kasma Daniel's chase from second is now just 8 points at a track he quite fancies on the R6. And Anupap Sarmoon, who's just 21 points behind, will never back down from a fight. This one will be tasty. Now the main course. In the Premier Class, we have a 5-way title fight. After a drama-packed round 5, Nakarin Atira Puvapat leads Hafisharan by just 4 points, while Kito Wabe and Zakwan Zaidi trail by 11, and the rookie Azra Hakim Anwar just 17 points behind. This is a title that's anyone's bet, and with a heart-stopping last turn, anything can happen. Buriram is a spectacular venue for the final round, and in ARRC, this final round truly has it all. Nothing is for certain until the checkered flag is waved. ARC 2025, the finale.
It is indeed the finale. A very warm welcome to a warm Chang International Circuit. We are in the east of Thailand for the finale of the 28th season of the Idemitsu Asia Road Racing Championship. Des Corkill alongside Barry Russell talking us through the 5 races today and 5 races tomorrow. Daniel Bogers, who set the scene just for us now, he'll be down on the pits to get a reaction and thoughts ahead of all these races. But Barry, it's been a fabulous season and it's building up to a wonderful finale, particularly with the big boys, the Superbikes.
Yeah, that is justifiably and should be the climax. It is so close there. TVS Asia has been much closer this season. Actually, Hiroki Ono does have one hand on the championship trophy, but only one this time.
We are in a period of mourning in Thailand. The Queen Mother, Queen Sirikat, died recently, and so there is immense respect within Thailand for the royal family, and our thoughts go out to the royal family from all at Asia Road Racing Championship. This is the venue, though. It is warm, 31 degrees out there. Perfect watching conditions, but when it comes to actual racing conditions, might cause a problem or two, Barry.
Yeah, it's hot when you stand out in the sun. In the shade, as indeed we are, we're sitting in a commentary box with the door open. So a nice breeze blowing through here. The breeze has caused a few problems, though, earlier this morning.
It did. We'll talk about that as the day goes on, because there was a lot of problems down on turn number 7. Right, let's turn our focus to the TVS Asia 1 make and this particular circuit. Buriram, to me, is turn 12.
Yeah, this is the heart of the Asia Road Racing Championship. One of the most famous corners now in world motorsport. This is the 19th time the Asia Road Racing Championship has been to Chang International.
It is a home from home. And for Hiroki Ono, a victory in this first race of the weekend, and he will retain his championship in the TVS Asia 1 make. Sartak Javan and Ramdan Rosley can theoretically catch up, but Hiroki Ono's been in such fabulous form. He's won 5 out of the last 6 races. It would be a major surprise if he prevented from winning the title.
Yeah, closer this season, but you could just see him tightening his grip on the championship as we got into the final rounds.
Okay, we are all ready. The red lights are off and we are underway. On pole position on the left-hand side was Sartak Javan, bike number 3. But immediately Hiroki Ono stamps his authority, leads into turn 1.
Sartak really quick in qualifying to get himself that pole position. But it is Hiroki Ono who gets away the best. Some very interesting riders we'll see as this race takes its form.
We've got our first Colombian, John Lopez, who's on bike number 28. Welcomed him. Welcome back also to Kim Min-jae. But it's the regular guys who are leading the way. Hiroki Ono, fabulous performance. And 1, 2, 3 coming down instantly on that hairpin at the end of the long straight.
Yeah, the marshals will clear that quickly. Let's see who is involved there.
In the tail end, Luis Miguel is not part of it. Sartak's not part of it. So our big 4 are all safe.
Yeah, that's John Lopez. Unfortunate for him, the number 28. He was one of those.
That's some way to make your debut. He just stands up and somebody gets that completely wrong.
Yeah, high side. He was so lucky not to be hit by the rider following.
Gosh, by both riders following. They went left and right of him. Hopefully Lopez will get up and will be able to continue this race. But he's a lucky boy there.
Yeah, he is indeed. And the usual suspects take the front, led this time by Ramdan Rosley. He will have been disappointed with his performance at Sepang in round 5. Didn't put himself on the podium.
Just going back, the other casualty earlier on was the South African racer, Orotilwe Phiri. So 2 of the new boys, 2 guys coming in for the first time, are both eliminated as we come through at the end of the first of the laps, and it will be Hiroki Ono. A reminder, victory for him, and he will be champion. And the man who's chasing him in P2 is Ramdan Rosley, the experienced Malaysian.
Yep, we're used to seeing that. Sartak Javan just a bike length or so behind. He was quickest in qualifying. The rider that's really improved this season. 2 experienced hands, Ramdan Rosley, number 2, and of course the defending champion and championship leader, Hiroki Ono, carrying that number 1 plate, just ahead of him. But Sartak makes the best of the slipstream, which is a good job because he's a lot taller than the other 2.
In many ways, he's the story of the season. Even if Ono takes the title, I think we all expected Hiroki Ono, with his experience, with his World Championship pedigree, everyone expected Ono to get back-to-back titles, but we have seen the growth of Sartak Javan in particular.
Yeah, in round 1 we saw some fair from rapid but erratic riding too, and that is completely smoothed out. I don't want to jinx it.
Yes,
over the course of this season.
Sartak Javan in bike number 3. He's just chasing around. And Luis Miguel is another one who's improved as the season's gone on. This young Spaniard, this TVS Asia 1 make is great for learning. As Sartak then goes wide, not quite as smooth as you make out, Barry.
Yeah, I know. As soon as I said it, I knew something was going to happen, but there he is, back at the front. Of course, if he does that on a last lap, he's going to have to drop back, going off onto the green.
This is all about turn 12. We're approaching the quarter way through, and Luis Miguel, again, Luis Miguel has had a very good season. He's had 2 wins and 4 other podiums, Luis Miguel.
Yes,
he goes through.
Right, one of the podiums here in round 1.
Ono leads through lap number 2, a little shake of the helmet as he's overtaken by, once again, Sartak Javan.
Was that a how dare you?
It's a short sprint to the line after turn 12, and if you're in the right position and you get a good drive out, it really can be a place where, if you practice hard enough in the previous 8 laps, you can time it just right. Ramdan Rosley on the outside.
But this is a bigger leading group than we've seen for most of this season, Des. 6 riders in here.
Well, what happens is Ono then pulls away on the last lap, invariably so. Let's see if they can hold on this time. Perfect racing conditions. Podium looking absolutely splendid on this early December day.
Just 1,000 kilometers or so south, of course, they've had terrible weather, tragic weather indeed. But here it's absolutely gorgeous.
Long turn out. Luis Miguel taking very tight line in there, and interestingly got a good back wheel drive out of that. Sartak is still leading the way with Ono. Luis Miguel is the man who set the fastest lap time so far.
Yep. Haziq Farouz somewhere in that leading group as well.
Good to see Haziq back.
Isn't it?
Missed a chunk of the season. And, well, we had 4 racers injured in Sepang in round 2. Miss Motegi and Mandalika, 1 or 2 made their comeback at Sepang in round 5. Good to see them here. And good to see Sartak Chaban chasing what would be only his 2nd win of the season. His other one was here at Buriram.
But lots and lots of podiums, which is why he is still in with a mathematical shout.
Luis Miguel drives through, also coming through. Like number 4 there.
Hiroki Ono shows a wheel to race leader Sartak Chaban.
Vishwanath has been rather in the shadow of his Indian teammate. The number 4 is hanging on this time. Vishwanath is 5th in the championship standings. He too has had a podium this year, but it's mainly been 5th and 6th for the bike number 4.
Yeah, leg out and waving. I'm not quite sure what that meant. Signal to Ramdan.
Aratilwi Peri has withdrawn from the race. He's retired. That first lap incident has seen the end of him. John Lopez got back up and he's carried on, but Peri is into the pits.
Yeah, real shame. Aratilwi getting faster and faster through the practice yesterday, and big improvement in qualifying as well. I think he's got lots of potential. So let's see what he can do tomorrow. The race is done now.
Approaching midway, and they've just gone past turn number 7, which caused an awful lot of problems in practice this morning and qualifying this morning. Many bikes just seemed to get it wrong and went long over turn 7. Many came to grief.
Yeah, what happens is the wind blows in that direction. It's behind the riders as they come down that long straight between turn 3 and 4. And of course, when you turn into turn 7, you've got the bike hitting the right side of the bike as you tip in. And so the wind hits that. You saw a lot of riders go down.
As we reach halfway in this TVS Asia One Make Championship, race 1 of the weekend, Ono leads. Ramdan Rosley has decided he wants to play ball. Ramdan has still got an outside chance of winning the title as well. Outside being the operative word. Both Ramdan and Sartak need Hiroki Ono to effectively not finish in one of the 2 races.
Yeah, and that doesn't seem likely at all.
He had a bit of a nightmare at Mandalika in round 4 in the 2nd race, Hiroki, where he came off.
Yeah, Luis Miguel, who has been keeping those top 3 honest this season. He really fancies it here, doesn't he?
Number 8 just goes into 2nd place on the tail end of the back wheel of Hiroki Ono. Miguel on the left of that group.
Still at the back of that group. It's a very quick move up through for Ramdan, but having said that, he's now dropped back down to 4 as they come into turns 5 and 6.
Interesting, Luis Miguel has again taken that one very tight. He's the only one who takes a different line there, looking to get a better drive out into turn 7. Everybody, I'm glad to say, is staying on the bikes this time. Maybe the wind has dropped. Maybe conditions are a little bit warmer and the tyres are warmer.
Yeah, little gap back from Ramdan, currently in 4th, to Vishwanath and Haziq. See how the pattern plays out.
Other athletes include Kim Min-jae, Leandro Paredes and Kanatat Jaiman. KY Ahmed and Rakshit are both here as well, as is Nixon Frost from New Zealand. John Lopez is still going on, although he's a long way down. But it's Ono once again who leads through lap number 5. 3 laps to go. Ono leads from Sartak, from Ramdan Rosley. Well, there's a familiar order for this season.
Yeah, front four, almost guaranteed. But Luis Miguel is going to want to break up the threesome that we normally see on the podium.
Ono on the right-hand side moves away as Ramdan is just challenged by Sartak. Ramdan very tight, and they're taking different lines, and very interesting. Normally you see them in a procession around that hairpin. Here you've got some going tight, some going wide.
It's a kind of a triangular approach that Hiroki Ono took then. Really well done. It looked as though he was going to allow somebody up the inside, but he knew he could trot back in front of them.
Luis Miguel in the blue helmet drops through into P2 temporarily anyway as they come round turn 4 once again. Well, that time they are in a bit of a train. Hazik is just being dropped, as is Chirant Vishwanath. This front 4 getting away. Fast sector 1s for those front 4.
Now Hiroki Ono is going to try and break, but nobody has got any intention of letting that happen.
You see this so often with Hiroki Ono. He does have the ability, he's one of the very few. All on identical bikes, a little bit of tinkering, but Ono just seems to have the know-how.
They know each other so well. You've got the big, experienced hand, Hiroki Ono, championship leader, and the young pretender, moving up the inside of him, under braking for turn 12, and leading him across the line.
It is indeed Sartak who leads with 2 laps to go, 3/4 of the way through the race. Hiroki Ono. Again, there was a little shake of the head then, an immediate response into turn 1. He is a competitive character, Ono, isn't he?
Yeah, annoyed by the impotence. Stretch there behind for the number 8.
Don't you know who I am?
Yeah, exactly, yes. Very much so. Imperious is an adjective you could easily tag on Hiroki Ono, but Sartak Chavan doesn't care. He's just gone up the inside into turn 3, got himself a really good exit as well. Hiroki Ono looks behind.
Kids, no respect.
He's Ramdan.
Ramdan is tailing Ono. Sartak has his own line coming down that longest straight. You've got 3 long straights in fairly rapid succession, and Ono just times it perfectly, but Sartak is right again, available to come into turn number 4 and going wide. Well, Hazik and Chirant have closed up the gap once again on the front 4.
Yeah, the big loser through that corner, well, those 2 corners, was Ramdan. He drops back to 4th.
1.5 laps to go as they turn into the final sequence of corners before the notorious turn 12.
Next time around, Sartak needs to get in front of Hiroki Ono before they turn into turn 5. That's the key there, because Hiroki Ono there went into this section first. Leads into turn 12. Nobody threatening this time. It'll be a different story in 1 lap from now.
Final lap, Hiroki Ono. If it stays like this, he will retain his championship in the TBS 1 MiG. Behind him, Sartak Javam is doing his best to stop that, as is Luis Miguel.
Yeah, Sartak checks around him. Very spatially aware, the young Indian challenger. And here comes Luis Miguel. Nice slipstreaming. Ramdan follows him, but it's Sartak that turns in first.
And Ono drops down to P4, gets back up to P3, but Ramdan Rosley had that tight line. Right, you were saying, as they come into turn 4, it's turn 4 and 5, where you don't want Ono to be controlling things. And Ramdan Rosley, he must have been listening to you, Barry Russell.
Yeah, he is there now, but Luis Miguel also tuned in.
As is Hazik Fairuz, bike number 12 suddenly in the mix. And Ono is suddenly at the tail end of that group of 6. There is life in this championship yet.
Yeah, that was a rare error there by, well, tactical error anyway. Didn't make any mistake on the track, but strategically he wasn't in the right place. He goes up inside, try and repair the damage up inside of Sartak. Sartak shuffled back to 4th.
And sends Chirant wide as well, so he's got himself back into P3, but Ramdan Rosley's made a great burst. And Ramdan Rosley, bike number 2 for Malaysia, well, he's keeping his title hopes very, very much alive. Plus the bonus, it looks like Luis Miguel is going to pick up points as well. Where is Ono going to finish? Ramdan needs to complete the job. Ramdan Rosley comes through. Ramdan takes the victory. Luis Miguel in 2nd. Behind them in 3rd place.
I think it's Sartak.
Sartak indeed has just pipped Hiroki Ono. There is life in this championship, Barry Russell.
Yeah, Hiroki Ono off the podium. That was very good work by Sartak, but much better work by Ramdan Rosley, who was happy to hang around towards the rear of that group until the last lap, then made his way to the front in that all-crucial, as you said, Des, turn 4, turn 5, and got himself ahead through the twisty section.
Well, Ramdan Rosley moves to within 10 points of the championship leader, Hiroki Ono. So it's not all done and dusted for Ono. A similar result tomorrow, and Ramdan will be champion.
Well calculated, Des.
Wow, fantastic. Well, I think from a neutral perspective, not from the Ono camp, but from a neutral perspective, that's exactly what you wanted in this championship. Ramdan Rosley wins it. 4/10 clear of Luis Miguel. A 2nd straight P2 for Luis Miguel. Sartak Chaban just barging Hiroki Ono out onto the podium in 3. Ono 4. Hazik Farus, welcome back. Good performance. 11 points for the Malaysian in P5 ahead of Chirant Vishwanath. Kanatat wins the battle for 7 and 8 ahead of Kim Min Jae. They are your top 8. So the title will go to the final race of the season, and you can't ask for more than that in any race category. 9th is Leandro Paredes. Well done, Leandro. Raksit Sahari Dave beats KY Ahmed in an Indian little subcontinental battle. Nixon Frost is in P12, and John Lopez, glad to see the Colombian getting up on his bike. He finished 2 laps down, but he had a first lap crash. Oratilwe Piri from South Africa, welcome to him, but not a very warm welcome, because he went off in lap number 1.
Yes, indeed, the South African promising a lot in pre-practice and qualifying, but taken out on the 3rd turn this time around. But what a well-judged win that was for Ramdan Rosley. He looked as though he was kind of stuck at the back of that group for the first half of the race. Then he came up, then he dropped back again, and in the end he timed his run exactly right.
For Ramdan, it's a 3rd win of the season. He won at Sepang, he won at Mandalika, and now he's won at Buriram. By any stretch of the imagination, that's a good performance. As Luis Miguel just has a word with the race stewards as they come in. He's in very quickly, but Ramdan Rosley comes through. Also good to see Kanatat Jaiman and Kim Min Jae competitive. Andrew Paredes picking up a very useful 7 points for P9. Lots of good fun there, as well as the title being taken to the last race of the season, Barry.
Yeah, it was a good race, a bigger battle at the front than we've seen for most of the races so far this season. Ramdan is going to be delighted with that. He never gives up. It's, every time I see him on the bike, or every time I see him in person, I just think the guy is indomitable. Such a fantastic attitude. Being forced to play second fiddle to Hiroki Ono for 2 seasons.
Great choice of word, indomitable, quite right. Not quite indestructible, because he keeps getting knocked back into 2, 3 and 4, and that can be very dispiriting, but his head stays held high, and 3 wins is a great reward in a season dominated by Hiroki Ono, and it gives him a genuine chance of a title, Barry.
Yeah, it does.
Because Hazik is coming into form as well. Hazik has picked up a 2nd P5 in succession since he returned from injury. He had a P6 and a P5 in Sepang. Today a P5.
And this was a close P5. Just 1.6 seconds off the winner. So yeah, Hazik getting better and better and threatening, as we know he's capable of.
I think we can go down and get some post-race reaction. Daniel Bogas is talking to our race winner, Ramdan Rosley.
Finish after a really hard-fought battle, and I want to talk about that move on the last turn because I'm still amazed that you found grip right at the edge, because your goal obviously was max points, but most importantly ahead of Hiroki to try and claw back the gap. So can you tell us how was that race for you?
Yes, the race was pretty intense. The main goal was to win, and another goal was to finish a place ahead of Hiroki to keep the championship alive. Yes, after turn 3, I got overtaken by like 5 or 6 riders on the straight, and also Hiroki got caught up in the fight. So I saw him at the last corner, and I had a good confidence in myself that I could stop the bike well. I turned the bike really well and got it to P3. So tomorrow we have the important championship battle. We hope it goes really well. Thank you.
Truly does go to the line. Congrats, Sartak. And in second place for the TVS Asia One Make Championship in race 1, we have from Spain, Luis Miguel. So Luis, another hard-fought result, nearly trying to catch Ramdan in the last lap, but ultimately Ramdan got the better. So tell us, how was that race?
Well, I'm second position. The start of the race, I have a good start. And in the first laps, I'm waiting, and later I attack. And in the final lap, I see the Chaban and Hiroko fight, and I overtake them, and later we follow Ramdan, and yeah, second position. I'm happy, and yeah.
Thanks so much, Luis. Good luck for tomorrow as well. And race winner in the TVS Asia One Make Championship for race 1, we have Ramdan Rosley. So Ramdan, exactly what you needed to do, which was score maximum points and hope that Hiroki doesn't get right behind you, and he didn't. So now the gap reduces. Tell us about this race, because it was a really difficult battle all the way through until the last lap you managed to pull away.
Yeah, unbelievable race 1. Also very tough for me because I come this weekend not feeling well in my body. I have fever, I have a flu. So I feel a bit like losing a bit of concentration about my body condition. But anyway, I'm doing good from yesterday's session, but during this morning in qualifying, I have some issue on my bike that cannot be pushed a lot on the lap time. But anyway, the team did really good job on my bike to prepare again on the race 1. And I'm really happy. I would like to thank you to all my sponsors and my fans, support from Malaysia, and also, of course, to my family in home and my wife and my son watching from home. I love you.
Thanks so much, Ramdan. Congratulations.
Race 1 of the TVS Asia One Make Championship from Buriram. It's the final round of the season, race 1 of 2 of the weekend. Hiroki Ono, bike number 1, needing just a victory to secure back-to-back titles. But the number 1 was coming in for a lot of pressure from number 3, Sartak Chaban, and belatedly Ramdan Rosley by Russell.
Yeah, he got away well, but so did his main rivals. And it was impressive, as we...
Welcome to the ARRC.
Yeah, the rider in the black helmet getting up there is Oratilwi. Lucky to get up after such a close call, and unfortunate for him.
John Lopez also in that incident. Oh no, a little shake of the head. What's all this pressure? Don't you know I'm the defending champion? Where's your respect, gentlemen? Sartak says, well, nowhere to be seen here, sir.
Yeah, this was a really good performance once again by Sartak. He didn't win. It was another P3 for the Indian, but it was a very smooth, well-judged one.
Bike number 2 is the one to keep a lookout for. Ramdan Rosley said in his post-race interview he hasn't been feeling well, and he came in with a little bit of fever. Well, he took his time to get into this race, so we're approaching halfway now. That's him moving into 3rd place. First time we really took attention of the multicoloured helmet. And bike number 2 would then stay close to the front 2 and was almost tracking Ono in many ways, Barry.
Yeah, it was, and his corner speed seems to be particularly good as well. He just shot through turn 12 there. Maybe 10 kilometres faster than the rider he overtook.
Even so, Ono led coming into the final lap, and I think we all expected it to be the number 1 who took the number 1 again. But you made the call that round about turn 5 or turn 6, if the rest of the pack can stop Ono being in control, then that would be crucial. And that's exactly what's happened. By this time, Ramdan and Luis Miguel have made a move, and Ono is struggling to keep up. He's 3rd there, but he would finish 4th.
Yeah, I think it was, he just got himself in the wrong position on the run down to turn 4. And going through the tight section at the end, there was no way for him to get back up from P4 to P1. He almost back turn 3, but Sartak had other ideas, forced championship rival wide.
Ramdan going on to take his 3rd victory of the season and keeps the championship alive. And also, I think we'll see it produces him to within 10 points, which means a repeat of this result tomorrow. And that will be your champion. And that, Barry, would be a real story.
Wouldn't it? And what a reward for his persistence.
Sartak Chaban, in the meantime, he's still battling in there. He's 18 points off the championship lead. He's had a very good season. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 podiums. Luis Miguel, 3 podiums in the last 4 races. He's come really good as the season goes on. But Ramdan Rosley, ill or not, that is impressive stuff. Clearly the Burra is doing him a lot of good. We'll talk more about his performance after the national anthem of Malaysia. Ramdan Rosley offering his thanks. As we said, he's looking a little bit under the weather, and standing in those racing suits in 35 degrees can't be the easiest of tasks. Mr. Madasung, the manager of A Racer, will be handing out the 3rd prize to Sartak Chaban. He'd love to turn some of those 3s into 1s, wouldn't he, Sartak?
He certainly would. Nice to see A Racer on the podium. Great work from them, smoothing out the delivery of those 310cc engines.
Taro Kobayashi, Sumitomo Rubber Industries, better known as Dunlop, is handing out the 2nd prize to Luis Miguel. And William Mittam, the racing manager of Alpine Stars. Good to see the supporters of Asia Road Racing Championship just getting a little moment in the spotlight. Alpine Stars, Dunlop and A Racer, real supporters of the ARRC. As we finish our 28th complete season. We started back in 1996. We had a couple of COVID seasons where we missed out, but 28 glorious years and many more to come. And this championship still wide open, Barrios. Not wide open, but the possibility of an upset.
Well, as you said, Des, if the results are repeated, Ramdan will be champion.
Hiroki Ono leads by 10 points from Ramdan Rosley. Sartak Chaban is on 196. Excellent season for the young Indian. Luis Miguel, late season surge has got him onto 152 points. Chirant Vishwanath goes into triple figures as a result of his 10 points today. Hunter Corney, an absentee here, as is Rendi. Leandro Paredes moves into the top 6, and we will be top 8, and we'll be hoping to get into the top 7 with a similar performance tomorrow.
Turnover of a 22-point lead to a 10-point lead.
Good stuff. It means that we are still live. Further down in the championship standings, Kim Min Jae from Korea, 54 points. Hazik Farus, again, he spent a lot of the season out injured, but 3 places, 3 times in the top 6 in his last 3 races. Mattia Kange, an absentee. Nixon Frost, the young New Zealander, on 41 points. Kanatat on 32 here. Kanatat finished 7th here today. Harley McCabe, an absentee. Raxith on 22 points is in P15. This is the first race of 5 today, and another 5 tomorrow as we come to a conclusion of this Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship season. Our focus moves on to the Underbone 150cc and turn 12, and the Underbones, gosh, you do not want to miss that, particularly on the last lap. We're at the Chang International Circuit, as you can see on the drone. Do join us in a couple of minutes' time. It's going to be fun. It's the Underbone 150s coming next.
Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7. Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
A very warm welcome to blistering Buriram. The Chang International Circuit is the venue for the final round of the season at the FIM Idemitsu Asia Road Racing Championship. We've had 1 of 5 races so far. Coming up next, we've got the Underbone 150cc. And it's really tight. We already know that the title has been won by Husni Zainal. A remarkable sequence of results for the Indonesian. He has won the championship, but the battle for P2, Barry, really is there. Fahmi Bassam, last season's champion, Ahmad Afif Amran from Malaysia, Dimas Juliat Moko, all in the mix to come second.
And all those 3 absolutely on fire in practice and qualifying.
As in Fahmi Bassam, he's had a good season. He's had 6-7 podiums this season and couldn't defend his title. That's how good Husni Zainal was.
Yep, and shout, of course, to Zia LFN.
Earlier on today, in the glorious weather that we've had, as you mentioned earlier, there have been some horrendous floods in the southern part of the country. It's caused all kinds of problems. But here in the east, it is blistering sunshine. And earlier on today, we had the Superpole races coming in, the top 10 riders coming in, including the defending champion Fahmi Bassam.
Fahmi Bassam was 10th in qualifying, so first away in Superpole this morning. And then it was April King Moscado, the number 43 for UMA Philippines.
Philippines doing well. It looks like they've got their setup right, the UMA Racing team, 2 in the top 10. Coming through, the Super Bowl is the top 10 in 2 qualifying sections, and they go in reverse order. And the later on they were, the quicker they got. 43 April King Moscato would eventually come through in P10.
Yeah, this got quicker and quicker as it went on. And this rider was one that some of us, including me, thought was going to bag this pole position.
Pirapong Luboympeng coming in for Team One for All.
Yeah, he had a real good go in this session as well.
What Super Bowl is, it's a flying lap. You're allowed 1 out lap and then you do a flying lap, and that's the time that puts you on the grid position. 24 Pirapong Luboympeng got himself up into P2 at one stage, if I recall.
Yes, he did, yeah. And he was looking good for a front row, except that the last rider out was Dimash Julie at Moko for Race Tech 60, and we just watched the sector times go purple, and it was in the bag pretty much, even though, as we will see, he had a moment on the final turn.
117 is Fadli Regani.
Yeah, I was going to say shout for Fadli, coming in as a replacement for Daniel Demar.
Got himself up into P8. That puts him onto the 3rd row of the grid. But as you say, they were getting quicker and quicker and quicker. Pirapong Luboympeng, when he went out there, put in a time of a 2:02.908. Top speed of 154 kilometers per hour, which on these little 150 cc's, it rattles the bones.
It certainly does. And that was the moment on the final turn for Dimash Juliet Moko, but that was not enough to take pole position away from him. Absolutely a perfect lap up until that last wobble.
Dimash Julie has had a fabulous weekend. He's been quick in practice throughout, and apart from that wobble, he was quick throughout. He had fastest sector 1, fastest sector 2, and he would come and complete on this his flying lap. It's looking good for him. We mentioned the battle for P2, and for Race Tech 60, if he gets some protection from Ayuraji Trilaksana, his teammate, it's looking good for Dimash Juliet Moko.
Yes, it is. He took pole position the first time we saw him here at Chang International Circuit 2 years ago now. There it is, 12 turns to the right there. The infamous turn 12, but turns 1, 3 and 4, very significant.
These long straights, and we're at the end of 2 of the long straights there, can be a slight problem, particularly if it's a little bit gusty. And it was gusty before, but it seems to have calmed down a little bit. I'm looking for flags around the arena, and there doesn't seem to be an awful lot of wind there to cause any problems.
Yeah, they're just waving gently in the breeze at the moment. They were pretty much horizontal with the breeze gusting.
Management team of ARRC and of the motor racing circuit here at the Chang International Circuit. We routinely now start and finish the season at Chang. It has become a home from home. What do you say, it was 17th time we've been here? 19th time we've been here, and the welcome is really good every single time.
Yeah, as you said, Des, home from home.
Riders have just gone on their outlap, and then they'll come in and we'll have a lot of time to maybe go down. Right then, we've just got a report that Ahmed Fazrul Sham has been asked to report to race control after this session, so clearly he's done something a little bit naughty in the outlap, but nothing that'll stop him.
Naughty or careless, who knows? That's unusual. There is our pole man.
Dimash Julie, and you don't really want to predict on Underbone because so much can happen, but what we found is that if somebody is good in practice and in qualifying, invariably they take it into race day as well, Barry.
Yeah, they do, good form. And Shazras, just on the screen there, just slightly obscured by the umbrella, but he's been mostly quick this weekend. He's not the most consistent rider, but he's exciting.
Just trying to think, where is Charles on the, he wasn't, oh yeah, he's 9th, isn't he? So he was in the Super Bowl. And we have a good look at the 20, how many is it? So the Super Bowl was 10, 27 riders out there on the grid. which means it can get very congested. And we keep talking about turn number 12. We'll find out and we'll talk about that in a little more. I think we can go down to the grid though, and Daniel Bogas is down to get us some pre-race thoughts.
So it's nice and warm, but with a cool breeze on the grid for the Underbone 150 race 1. We're going to have a chat with the man who's absolutely on form and in P1 for this race from pole position, Dimas Juliamoco. We'll let them get a quick photograph with Dimas, and once they're done, I'm going to hop right in. That's camera counts them down, and I shall hop in now. So what I'm going to ask Dimas is, it's been a perfect week, but the wind is going to be a bit challenging, so has he made any changes to the setup? So Dimas, minggu yang sempurna sejauh ini, tapi cukup menantang dengan kondisi angin. Ada perubahan pada setup motor untuk balapan ini?
Untuk balapan di race 1 ini kita mau coba untuk suspensi karena anginnya sangat deras. Kalau untuk engine mungkin udah lebih dari cukup. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim aja, semoga ada rezekinya.
So what you're saying is the main thing that they changed was suspension for the engine. He feels that they've done enough already, so he's just hoping for a good race, and if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. Thank you so much, Dimas. Good luck for this one. And now we're going to head to P2 on the grid, which is a popular rider from the Philippines, John Emerson Ingito. So John, welcome back to the front row. It's been a good performance from you all week. So how's it looking for the race? It's a bit challenging with the wind, especially in Sector 2.
Maybe this time I just focus on the plan and focus on the race, this race, and thank for all my mechanic and crew, for my team, my family, for supporting and give me my strength to make this possible.
Thank you so much, John. Good luck for this one. Back to you, Des and Barry.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Yeah, John Emerson Ingito, good to see him on the front row again. I was just looking at his record this season. His best result, AP6, so he's not really been able to put it together this year.
Yeah, that's right, but in very good humour.
There's our champion. No wonder he's all smiles. No wonder he's got the T-shirt. But alongside him, Ahmed Afif Amram. Really good season again for Ahmed Afif Amram. It's just that Husni Zainal was in such fantastic form. Good seasons count for virtually nothing, but he's off the back of a win double at Sepang last time out.
Yeah, this Pitspike JRT outfit of Afif Amran and Akid Aziz, really strong all the way through the season, but everybody eclipsed by Husni.
Pirapong Luboinpeng, I know you follow the Thai riders in particular. I know you like to see them doing well, and Pirapong for Team One for All, the international unit, P4 for him.
Yeah, they're really giving it the big one this weekend. I think they're throwing the kitchen sink and trying to get him a good result. Outgoing champion, Farming Bassam. We saw him earlier having a little playful interchange with Andy Fadley.
7 podiums, and he still can't retain his title. That's not fair. Alongside him, Akid Aziz, one of the best in Malaysia. Again, that's a decent sequence of results, but the former champion is down in P7 at the moment. So results-wise, it's not quite been as strong as he'd like. Kubita Krishna, a former champion, of course. Best result, a P1 right here at Buriram.
That's right. I mean, for a while, it was only the Zia LFN team that had won a race, I think, for the first 3 rounds. There's Fadli Regani.
That is one heck of a lot of hair to get under the helmet, isn't it, for Fadli?
It is, yeah.
Particularly in these conditions, that'll be dampened down at the end of it. But he is a replacement rider in P8 alongside Charles Shazras Yuzi for Malaysia, who is in P9 for Estremo Yuzi Asia team. And again, a reasonable sequence of results for Charles Shazras.
Yep, pole position for him back in April. There's April King, had good qualifying. Didn't quite convert Super Pole as he might have been hoping to. But anyway, he starts 10. And any one of the top 20 riders can come through and win anyway, Des.
And one of the top 38, I think. Here's a former champion in P11, Najrul Izzat. Again, it hasn't quite gone to form for Najrul Izzat, the 2023 champion, when he had a sequence of results of 5 top 2s in a row. And alongside Najrul Izzat, Adib Arsyad, his Uma Racing teammate, also from Malaysia.
Yeah, the Gremlins have been following Nazrul since he won that 2023 championship, so we're hoping for good fortune this afternoon. Mechanically, he wasn't all there yesterday either.
Let's see if they can sort those Gremlins out. Underbone, it is a unique experience. They'll buzz around this circuit. Daniel was alluding to the wind. I can't see any flags fluttering, but he mentioned it several times, so it must be a concern, particularly for these smaller CC bikes.
Very much so. And I think, just judging it by the flags, it was a lot more blustery this morning than it is now. So hopefully it'll stay as it is, because we saw some nasty offs during qualifying.
Mainly on turn 7. 8 laps of the circuit when we do get up and running. But that turn 12, which is the one right behind you, if it's really tight, you don't want to be leading coming into turn 12 on the final lap.
That's certainly true, because everybody can see what you're going to do, and everybody is going to try and grab that place away from you. Now the 1 minute board, I think, is going to be shown.
It's an ultimate day of a long season, which started here in Podium, that's taken us to Japan and to Indonesia and to Malaysia. And now back here for the second time to Podium. It is a long season, and keeping your focus over that period of time, particularly between rounds 5 and 6, as best part of 10 weeks. But that just in many ways makes the anticipation that little bit stronger. Here is the starting grid for race number 1. Dimas Juliet Moko, Race Tech 60 Racing on pole position, alongside John Emerson and Gito for the Yamaha Racing Team on the Yamaha Sniper, and Ahmed Afif Amram for Pitspike Superfast JRT.
And Team 1 for All's Pirapong Louis Bumpeng leads row 2 from outgoing champion Fahmi Bassam and Akid Aziz.
Akid Aziz is the second of the Pitspike athletes. Kupita Kreshna on the Zir LFN bike alongside the Yamaha LFN H969 Fadli Regani, and then Cheryl Yuzi on a Streamo Yuzi Asia team in P9.
And from the Philippines, April King Moscato starts 10th, and alongside him the 2 Uma Racing Yamahas of Nazrul Izzat and Ardib Arshad.
Moving on to row 5. We have Akhil Danish for Estremo Yuzi Asia. He's the second of those racers. He comes in as a replacement racer. The defending champion, Husni Zainal. Has he down tools? Surely not. P14 for Husni. Amrul Arif Musa. Very, very useful P15 for SCK Honda Racing.
Lots of quality on row 6, led by the injured Wayuaji Trilaksana. So big props to him for showing up and giving it the big one. And the number 98, Izzat Zaidi, returned from injury. Good to see him here. Adichie Fauzi not having the best weekend of the season.
Really good to see Izzat back. Masato Fernando, the experienced Kobe Sek Yamaha Racing Team Filipino, is in P19 on bike 17. Hafiz Rashidan for 4S1M Evo Yamaha is in P20. And Ahmed Fazrul Sham for Cardinals Factory Racing is in P21.
And Angel Sobretodo from the Philippines leads row 8. Next to him, Kiki Suderman for JPNW SND, and Afizi Supat, the faster of the 2 Vosges AS25 machines.
And on to P9, the final 3. Tenku Amrol for Vosges, who are still trying to get some consistency in their machines. Mohamed Fabrientia for Team 1 for All. Bike number 88 is in 26. And Tim Rojas on his ARRC debut. Welcome to the ARRC for UMA Yamaha Philippine Racing Team to Tim Rojas. So 27 riders, and as you say, 21 genuine contenders for a podium. Maybe more.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the quality all the way down, it's there. You've got Fazrul Sham starting 21st. You know how much trouble he can cause.
And Izzat Zaidi, so long as he's fully recovered, he had a horrific injury a year ago in the Cup Prix in Malaysia. Delighted to say that he's back and racing, made his return after a long time out, last time out in Sepang. So many good little stories, and the one I'm particularly pleased to see is the Filipinos up in the top 10, and John Emerson and Gito on the front row. April King Moscato also getting into the Super Pole.
Yeah, that's a really, really good front row.
But they'll soon be swallowed up. That's the problem. And we'll come to this corner. Oh, we just turn off on P12 as we look at the main grandstand of Podium. Really is a superb stadium. We're over a decade old now is this Chang International Circuit, but it seems to get better and better. And when the weather is shining, there are very few as good in the world as this Chang International Circuit. Revving of the engines as we wait for the red lights to come on. And then we'll have the scurry on the long straights, which will really mean that there's going to be an awful lot of grouping. What you don't want to be done is left behind in the early stages. Eight laps of the circuit, red lights are out, we are underway. And Dimas Juliet Moko got off to a tentative start. Ahmed Afifamram is the man on this near side who's got away to a bit of a flyer. And he leads going into turn one. Dimas Juliet down in P4.
And good start from Pirapong from row 2 as well. He slots into third.
You always look out for the tyres, don't you? Always.
He's a nice lad. and he's quick, and it's a long time since he's been on the podium. So unbiased, I'd be shouting for him.
The purple livery of Kiki Suderman down at the tail. All gets a little bit congested. They'll use the full width of the circuit. Even then, one or two of the racers forced just to take some evasive action. And I think Pirapong was one who had to stand up rather sharpishly.
Yeah, and making up a load of places through turn 3 was Charles Chazras, who was leading. He's been swallowed up by Afifamran.
That second little group of racers, you don't want to be left too far behind because the front guys will slipstream along, and right the way down at the back is Aditya Fauzi. You don't want to be more than 3 seconds adrift as they come buzzing around turn 4 and 5. And the second little group has just managed to catch up a little bit with the first group, but it's Pirapong Ruboinpeng who's got himself off to a bit of a flyer. Oh, sorry, it's not. It's Ahmed Afifamram.
Yeah.
And he's capable of pulling away.
Oh, he is. We've seen it. I wish I could remember which year
Here.
it was.
Here.
I know it was here, but
yeah, 3 or 4 years ago. Just after COVID. First season after COVID, if I recall.
Yeah, I reckon that's probably right, Des.
There is Pirapong. And coming through at the end of the first lap of 8.
Armin Bassam making his presence felt on the outside.
Great drone shot. It just shows you how congested it can get.
Oh.
Somebody forced very, very wide. Wonderful buzzing as they come under our commentary position, perched high in the main grandstand. Afifamran leads the way. Dimas Juliet Moko, well, he's had a fabulous weekend. And as long as his bike's great, it is difficult to see anyone knocking him off the podium.
Yeah, Dimas Juliet there, nicely positioned in the top 2 or 3.
Fahmi Bassam also in there. You spend the first 7 laps getting yourself ready to be in a nice, good position for the latter stages. John Emerson Ngito has a little look at the front, drops nicely into P2, and then does actually take the lead, Emerson Ngito, and then loses it and takes it again, and loses it and takes it again.
And doing a similar kind of thing is Adi Barshad for Uma Racing, the number 27 there in the middle of your screen.
Also coming through was 23, Gupita Krishna Wardana.
Race 1 race winner here back in April.
Somebody forced very wide. We didn't, oh, we had a long lap penalty. Bike 222 right then, that's Fahmi Bassam. Takes a long lap penalty very, very early on. And that's probably good tactics. He'll rejoin in the second group. What did it cost Fahmi? Right, he's just at the back there, that long lap penalty. The defending champion is in P24, so he's not at the tail end of the group. And enough time to get back into this race.
Yeah, the rider at the front there, the 202 Dimas Juliet at Moko. He's really got some pace. And John Emerson Ngito The number 25 for 4S1M, really enjoying himself.
Julie got his line wrong, was forced a long way outside. We're a quarter of the way through this race, and John Emerson Ngito from Adib and Pirapong. 1, 2, 3. Amrul Arif Musa and Ahmad Afi Fanram, very, very capable. All of those leading 21 down to Fahmi Bassam, all capable of winning.
Yeah, the top 17 covered by 1.8 seconds.
Still, he does like to lead, doesn't he? He's not afraid to be in that front group, Ahmad Afi Fanram. And there's Husni Zainal. Well, he was in P14. I was wondering if he'd down tools, but no. You don't have a season like Husni Zainal has had in down tools on the last round of the year.
No pressure. He made an error in qualifying and didn't make it through to Super Bowl, and had a crash at turn 7, a wind-assisted crash. But later on we saw him up here on the commentary floor, smiling and jumping around. Happy chap, enjoying his championship.
Dimas Julie in the lime green livery goes through into P4. Pirapong is still hanging in there, like number 24, Pirapong Luboympeng, 4-team, 1 for all. He's the only tie in this Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippine dominated series.
Yeah, team 1 for all, not afraid to field riders from different nations. Got 5 here. Got Pirapong, his teammate in this category is Febriansyah from Indonesia. And we've got 2 Chinese riders in AP250s, and Rocco Sessler, the German, in Super Sport. And it's owned by Japanese legend in the shape of Wichi Wee. Fifan Ran, though, once again moves to the front. Chased by Adib Arshad. He's having a really good race.
Adib's having a great race. We've not really been able to say that about Adib much this year. There he is, just being edged out of P3 at the moment, forced sideways and forced to stand up again.
Yeah, he didn't blink, though.
These guys don't blink.
No, how could you?
It makes turn 12 just compulsive viewing once we get onto the final lap. We're approaching halfway.
Look at this, there's Masato Fernando.
He always makes a show at some stage, Fernando.
Yeah, another rider who, like his compatriot John Emerson Ngito, absolutely loves his underbone racing. And another rider where we'd have to say, if we were unbiased, it would be good to see him bag a really good result here at Buriram.
There he was, just going out of shot, bike number 17. Just right in the middle of that posse. He was leading, and a first error.
That's Adib.
Adib Arshad. Well, we were just saying what a good season, or what a good race he's had, but Adib is out.
That's very disappointing. He tried to immediately jump back up and get on the bike. Well, here he goes. Was he assisted there? Yes, he was. Couldn't see who it was, but somebody took the bike out from underneath him. That was not his fault. That was just an underbone racing incident.
It's the congestion, even though they do try to use as much of the circuit as they possibly can, but Adib drops out of the reckoning. And Dimas Julie and Race Tech 60. Oh, was that Dimas? Yes, it is.
Yeah. Dimas is there.
Not making a showing is Waiwaji Trilaksana, which is very unusual. But as they come through, John Emerson Ngito. 4 laps to go. We're at the midway point, and the Filipino is showing that his fast time in qualifying was not a flash in the pan, and he was also fastest in that sprint to the line from turn 12, which can be significant.
Yeah, that was a good spot, and as they came through there, Pirapong was pushed rather close to the pit wall. Shook his fist in frustration.
That's how congested can. Aditya Fauzi begins to make a little move. Aditya, a good season last year, 5th so far this year with a couple of wins, Aditya. Sorry, no, a couple of podiums.
Yeah, he's made his way up from, I think, P18 starting position. So good work once again. He's refound his form, having been quiet so far this weekend.
There's Masato again. Go on, my boy. 17. And takes the lead in a strictly neutral way, you understand.
Yeah, of course.
And then, of course, moves back into P3.
Yeah, no, this is really, really good work from Masato. And as you said at the very beginning, Des, Filipino riders are coming to the fore in this category.
They have a fairly competitive domestic circuit over in the Philippines, and the big names always do well. It's good to see them actually converting that onto the international stage, taking domestic form onto the international level. Not the easiest thing, but there is Masato Fernando with his own privateer team as well.
Yeah, just ahead of him is Fadli Regani, who's doing a brilliant job as a replacement rider for Yamaha LFN.
Thomas Juliet Moko loses out. John Emerson and Gito again. But it's going to be Masato Fernando, who just goes a little bit wide. There's the problem from turn 12. If you go too tight, you can be taken out of the scene. If you go too wide, you'll lose the drive. That means if it's this congested, you do not want to be leading coming into the final corner on the final lap.
Yeah, your observation a few laps ago, Des, that this short sprint to the line is something that John Emerson Gito seems to have absolutely nailed. He led across the line again.
There's an incident under investigation at turn 4.
Ardib and Fahmi Bassam. So it must have been Fahmi who caught him and caused the crash.
I think you called it right, though. It just looked like a racing incident, but I don't want to prejudge what the race control are thinking about that. Masato Fernando continues to impress somewhere near the front. Somewhere near the front. That's about 14.
At this stage,
it's close enough.
Yes, close enough. Absolutely.
Just so you know, P1 to P19 separated by 0.083 of a second. P1 to P19. P21, Kiki Suderman is 1.6 down. It's only Tim Rojas and Akil and Izat Zaidi who've been dropped a little bit. Izat still finding his way back into top class racing.
Yeah, and it's the cheeky local chappie who was leading just as I began that sentence. He's now 5th. Hereupon who've been paying for team One for All. I think he's about 8th now.
Yes. Hafiz Farrell Masiadan is the latest leader. I don't think we do strict analyses on how many change of leads there are in Underbone races, but I'm sure throughout the season it runs into the thousands.
The day that artificial intelligence can do that calculation, I will.
Second problem, it's one of the Uma bikes.
Yeah,
A&J Sobretodo.
Yeah, they can't get it into gear, but it's a FIFAM Ran once again at the front on the penultimate lap. Dimas right there with him. I'll tell you what, Wayuaji is coming up through the order as well, the injured team owner, team leader of Racetech 60.
Peter Pong, bike 24, he's still there. There is bike 60, as you say, right on cue. Easy to pick out.
Yep, he's hobbling around on crutches. Needs to be helped on and off the bike. Oh,
Ahmed Fazrul Sham. Invariably, every race, Ahmed Fazrul Sham at some time will take the lead. He had it for half a corner there. And now he drops back, but as we are in the final quarter of the race, Peter Pong had to take evasive action.
Yeah, reflexes of a cat. Peter Ziz is up there as well. We're getting to the crucial stages, jostling to be in the right place for the last lap.
It's building beautifully.
Again. And a kid, they're moving through.
I'm just having a look at the lap counter. Half a second between P1 and P20 when they went through at the end of the last lap. Half a second separating 20 bikes. Pitapong, though, is leading the way. He's been there or thereabouts right the way through Pitapong Leboinpeng. He started in P4, And he's got Aditya Fauzi for company at the moment.
Yeah, and it looked like his teammate Fabianca, but it's not showing. It can't be right.
Pirapong, as they come into the final turn 12 for the penultimate time. Pirapong once again. Again, he's got a good line. If he repeats this, this could be a famous victory for Pirapong Luboinpeng and Team One for All. And Mohamed Fabriansa and Pirapong are the 1 and 2.
It was Fabrianca coming through. He wasn't showing on the timing screen, but I could see him there. So I wonder if they are going to try and help each other towards the podium. We'll soon find out.
Oh, Bike 88 has left it late. But he's indeed trying to protect his man, but Ahmed Afif Amran goes through. Akid Aziz also there. So the teammates helping each other. Masato Fernando goes around the outside.
Oh, this is just fantastic.
You're not meant to enjoy work as much as this, are we?
No, I'm going to watch it again when I get back to the hotel.
Akid Aziz is the new race leader. That's in the white helmet, bike number 13. Aditya Fauzi, bike 177, just behind him. Fabriansa 88 goes through. Oh, it is so tight. Turn 12, Barry, turn 12.
Yeah, Fabrianca shuffled all the way back to about P10 or something.
Fahmi Bassam was shunted out of the way there as well.
Dimas is still there.
But he's not been able to make any clear headway, Dimas, Julian. Pirapong Luboinpeng also in the mix, as is 63, Amrul Arif Musa.
Cheryl Shazras currently in the lead.
Wow, pick a winner from this. Impossible to do so. As they turn into turn 8, this is the final. It's not kind of a straight, but it's a getting ready for turn 12 and all the chaos that will ensue. Leading the way is 63, Amrul Arif Musa. As they come through, oh, Afif Amran is there, 143. Hasni Zainal is there. Hasni couldn't end the season, 3-4 taken out, including Dimas Juliat Moko, and going through to take the win is Hasni Zainal has taken the win.
We hardly mentioned him during the race, but there he was. Fadli Ragani second, Aditya Fauzi coming from a starting position of 18. Through to third, but there was a lot of bikes down at turn 12.
It was like Skittles race direction incident at turn 12. You're not joking. Masato Fernando, 17. He goes on the inside. Where does the chaos start? It is Masato Fernando. And he takes out Afif Amran, amongst others. He also takes out Dimas Juliat Moko. And Hasni Zainal goes through to take the race, and Masato Fernando, well, I think there's your guilty party, Barry Russell.
Yeah, he's got some apologising to do, the Filipino veteran. It was him who precipitated that turn 12 calamity. Very unfortunate.
But an unprecedented 6th win of the season for Hasni Zainal Fauzi. Even when it's chaotic, he's able to come through and take a win by a relatively comfortable 1/10 of a second. Here it is at the back.
Another angle, yeah. He loses the front. Almost high sides, and I tell you what, the other riders around him did well to avoid him.
Fadli recovers, but look at that, I'm number 1, says Hasni Zainal. Did I say he was taking it easy this weekend? I got that one spectacularly wrong.
Nasrul Izzat, who didn't really feature in the leading group, he managed to come through to 7th. Just behind Farrell. April King Moscato, a P5, decent result for him. Cheryl Shafras, who looked as though he was shaping up for a potential win, was put offline, his plan spoiled by that chaos.
Chaos is the word.
Yeah, he ended up 4th. But Hasni Zainal Fauzi.
The Incident to turn 12 is under investigation, so these are provisional results. I don't think it's going to affect the winner. Husni Zainal Fauzi, win number 6 of the season. Whatever the circumstances, Husni comes out on top for Yamaha on the Zir LFN HP 969 team. Fadli Regani, replacement rider, his Yamaha LFN HP 969 Indonesia racing team. 1/10 down, half a second down, Aditya Fauzi. It's Indonesia 1, 2, 3. Charles Shazras in P4. April King Moscado for Uma MMR Yamaha Philippine racing team in 5. Hafiz Rasyadin, good result for the Yamaha in P6. Nazrul Izzati, former champion, the 2023 champion, bike number 87 for Uma Racing Yamaha in P7. John Emerson Ngito in P8. Afizi Tupat for Vosges, getting a place in the top 10. 9th for him. Team 1 for Alls Mohamed Fabrienza, one-time leader, bike 88, finishes in 10. Akid Aziz 11, a former champion, as is Fahmi Batsam down in P12. Tim Rojas will pick up some points on debut for the Philippines, Yamaha Philippine racing team. Kiki Sudaman in P14. And Pitapong Luboyngpeng must have been involved in that chaotic finale. He finishes 15. Jimmy Julie taken out as well. Good finish for him in P16. Doesn't pick up points though. Amrul Arif Musa 17. Akil Danish 18. Tenku Amrul Hafarudin in the second Vosges 19. Is at Zaidi for Cardinals Racing, 1 lap down, as was Wayaji Trilaksana and Ahmed Fazrul Sham. So 19 finishers. Masato Fernando, as you say, I think he'll be in the naughty boys chair and offering a few apologies to his competitors after starting the last corner carnage. Ahmed Afif Amran didn't get up off the floor. He didn't finish. No points for Afif Amran. Gupita Kreshna, 3 laps from the end, and Injay Subratodo and Adi Barsiad, we saw them crash out as well. Oh, it's always chaotic, Barry. Always, always.
It certainly was. That was a huge incident. And you mentioned Pirapong. Oh, let's go to Daniel, who is with our winner.
Husni, what a race. Again, you were in the fight as always, but always the perfect last lap. Tell us about the battle. It was amazing to watch.
Ya, terutama saya mengucapkan puji syukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala. Dan ya alhamdulillah jalannya race 1 ini alhamdulillah tadi memang sudah rezeki Alpi, dan ya alhamdulillah di last lap Alpi bisa menyalip lawan-lawan semua. Dan ya terima kasih buat my big boss, my team, my wife and my family. Thanks for support and thanks to mechanic special. Dan untuk Bos Yawan, manajer saya, selamat ulang tahun, ini kado buat Bos Yawan.
So good translation. He said, as usual, he's waiting for the right moment, and he was fortunate to get that last step in as always. And a big thank you to the family, the big boss, his manager as well, and it's a birthday present for his manager as well, and beautiful helmet as well for Husni this time. Congratulations, Husni.
Race 1 of the weekend of the Underbone 150cc. We knew it would be chaotic. We suspected it would be chaotic. It was chaotic. Pirapong Luboyngpeng, Team 1 Paul, the only tie in the whole 27 starting lineup. He made a beeline for the start, Barry Russell. Only for several laps, he was well involved at the top end.
Yeah, he looked comfortable, but was right in the middle of that mayhem on the final turn. He just managed to thread his way through to finish upright in P15 in the end. So disappointing, not his fault. So he'll be one of the riders who Masato Fernando stops at the pit box to say sorry to.
Indeed, as usual with Underbone, particularly here, I think particularly here because of the turn 12, there was so much jockeying for position, so many changes of lead, multiple changes of lead, but everybody's just trying to get in. Any bit of contact can cause that kind of incident for Arshad.
That's it, he was leaned right over there, Adib Arshad, and having such a good race up to that point.
He was, it was the best we'd seen of him. Masato Fernando would have a central point in the story of this race. There he is there, we've been praising him. We like the veteran, we want him to do well in a strictly neutral way, but he was the bad boy today, Barry.
Yes, he certainly was.
Dimas Juliet Moko in the racing green. There is Masato leading at the midway point and looking good, just forced out wide. Again, it just shows you how tight that sharp right is, and what a good line you've got to get in. But at this stage, Mazato's part of a leading group that also includes Amadafi Vamram, who's looking good, and number 177 Aditya Fauzi.
Yeah, Aditya Fauzi coming up from a long way back after a rotten start yesterday and poor qualifying, starting 18th.
Team One for All at one stage were P1 and P2. In fact, with going into the final lap, it was Team One for All looking to make it good, 24 and 88. Maybe answer alongside Pitapong, but then they are just engulfed.
Engulfed is exactly the right word. They go round turn 8 there and the loop turn 9.
And then we know we're preparing. Get ready for 12. Get into position. Hope nobody takes you out. Masato Fernando just looking in bike number 17. Takes a look on the inside. Loses it just there. And there the carnage starts. Husni Zainal is the man who avoids it. So does Fadli Regani. Everybody else is taken out. And mayhem ensues.
Yeah. Oh, what a brilliant ride from Fadli Regani, the replacement rider.
There is your race winner. It's not fluky when you win 6 races in a season. So the defending champion, Aditya Fauzi, he's had a good season. This will be good for him. This will help him up the rankings. His ambition, I think, might be to get into treble figures this year. That moves him on to 86 points. Second place, Fadli Regani.
Sorry, Des, just to clarify, you're talking about his lead moving into 3 points, right?
So I'm talking Aditya Fauzi.
Okay,
yeah,
okay,
Aditya,
okay.
yes. As for Husni Zainal, the lead could be going into 3 points. Quite right. It could be going into 3 points. There's his 6th win of the season. He moves 83 points clear at the top. We'll have the team awards coming up in just a moment. First, though, the Indonesia national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Of the additional verse at the end of Indonesia Raya. It always sung with that much more gusto, and Husni Zainal, well, he's had to sing that national anthem an awful lot this season. 6 times he's been on the winner's podium. Tongtai Wongsawan from FIM Asia is handing out the awards. 3rd place, Aditya Fauzi. It's an all-Indonesian podium, Barry Russell. They are dominating this year.
Yeah, in this category, they certainly do.
Fadli Regani, maybe a replacement rider, but it's the same result for his team.
Yeah, they got some depth in LFN, haven't they?
For Husni Zainal, how about these for results? 1st, 4th, 1st, 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 2nd, 2nd, 3rd, 8th, 1st.
And the 8th was while he was just making sure he could ride around and clinch the championship. So, yeah, phenomenal.
Not a bad season. Chochano Chichop, the International Event Director of Chang International Circuit, will be handing out the Best Team Award And for the umpteenth time, it goes to Zir Elephant, HP 969, MCR RBT 34. Hope they've got a big mantelpiece at home. That's a lot of trophies.
No signs of them getting tired of winning, is there?
No.
So much winning.
Can't win enough. All Indonesia.
But look at the
breeze,
horizontalness of those flags, Des.
Yeah.
Sorry, I mean horizontality.
It's deceptive though, isn't it? We're high up in the main stand, and although we're protected, we're not feeling it, but it's coming towards the main grandstand. That's where the wind is. And that may well impact the next race. We've got the AP 250s. Let's have a look at the championship standings though. Husni Zainal is already champion on 227 points, 83 points clear. You were talking he could win it by 100 points. Wow. Fahmi Bassam, the outgoing champion, 144. Ahmed Afif Amram, 125. Dimas Juliet Moko comes into the race for P2 now. He's on 121. Aditya Fauzi, 86. Akid Aziz for Pittsbike on 68. The Yamaha of Wayaji Trilaksana for Race Tech 60 is on 66 points. Gupita Krishna, the former champion and the teammate of the championship leader and championship winner, is in P8 on 62 points. And after the breathless Underbone 150cc, we come to something that's not quite as sinister when it comes to turn number 12, but not far off it. The AP 250s, as we check the tyres. Dunlop Motorsport checking the conditions as the wind comes in, and that might have an impact on the tyres. Coming up next at the Asia Road Racing Championship, we've got the AP 250s. We're back with you in 2 minutes' time. Don't go away.
Idemitsu IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. Idemitsu IFG7.
Fadila Arbi's quest for the title might come to an end here in race 1 alone, with his 26-point lead over Izam Ikmal. Izam and Victor Racing have been outstanding in 2025, but will Astro Honda's experience be the difference maker? We all would love to also wish a speedy recovery for the rider in third in the championship, Murbil Vitoni. Speedy recovery, Robbie, and we miss you. Race 1 is critical and could very much be decisive. It's game time!
Yes, it's game time. We are at the Chang International Circuit. That's the nearby football stadium where it's all part of the sports complex that is being built here and has made this part of rural Thailand very much a sporting mecca. And Buram is growing as a city as a result. This is the Asia Road Racing Championships. Des Cork alongside Barry Russell, enjoying the weather and really enjoying the racing so far, Barry.
The weather is absolutely gorgeous, and you're right, Des. This complex, the football stadium, but especially the circuit, has really put Buriram on the international motorsport map.
Okay, on to the racing itself. That's what we're really here for. And we're moving on to the AP 250s. Earlier on this morning, we had a qualification in the AP 250s. And in the knowledge that number 93, Fadila Arbi Aditama, needs only a P3 to win the championship. Was he taking it a little bit easier than normal, or was he just in a relaxed mood?
He looked relaxed when he was in the pits, and he had, as we will shortly see, a brilliantly timed run. Put himself on the front row for this afternoon, despite having 3 200 RPM rev cuts. But the geniuses in the Astra Honda pit know how to change the mapping to minimize that disadvantage. Daniel Sharmi then, the number 57 for Uma Racing, looking threatening all the way through. I think he's going to go well in the race this afternoon. He ended up, I think, on the 3rd row.
The Kawasaki's also doing good well. Number 37, Aiki Ayoshi. I think this is his best performance of the season, P3. Andy Mohammed Fadli also doing well with the P4 on the Kawasaki.
Yeah, Andy Fadli looking really happy this weekend. So his fitness returning, which is a great thing to see. 66 going through there is Humberto, the Brazilian, coming back, making another appearance for TY Antares, Chinese-based Yamaha team. And that was Li Yun, Gao Jiang's replacement rider, being literally blown off.
That's the turn 7 that you've been talking about, isn't it? Yes.
And there goes another one, and another one. That was actually, yeah, that was Galang Hendra, who was blown off but stayed on, and the rider following him came off. Now, as we got down to this stage, it looked as though RB might have been in too much traffic, but at this point, Des, he got to the front ahead of the rest before they went into turn 4, and he made the best of the final sector.
Kritipat, though, had local knowledge, bike number 39 on the Yamaha. Yamahas always seem to do well at Buriram, and Kritipat would go on and post the fastest lap time of 1:51.3. 6/10, in fact more than 6/10 faster than Fadila. He looks in really good nick, Kritipat.
Yeah, he does. He was on pole last time out in April in very different conditions. But on the front row this afternoon, it's Yamaha, Honda, Kawasaki.
And it's good to get that variety. We always talk about that variety as we take an aerial view over Buriram. The wind is coming this way, the way that the drone was going. That is the way that the wind is blowing, which takes you directly into turn number 7. Actually, turn 8, isn't it? Where are we? Yeah, turn 6 and 7 and 8.
Yeah, it's blowing down that long straight between turn 3 and 4, and that therefore is blowing in the same direction as they tip into turn 7. Wind definitely looking a little bit more gusty, there's.
Certainly is. Let's have a look at the overall championship standings at the moment. Fadila Arbi is the man who has got the championship lead. As I say, 16 points today, and he cannot be caught. Isam Iqbal is second, back-to-back wins, and you never know, he could come through. No Murabul Vitoni today, injured. Kritipat, though, is looking to get into the top 3. If he really performs well, possible double win, let's talk about that, and you never know, he could propel himself up into the top 2. Beyond them, Chandra, Galang Hendra and Irfan Ardiansa, very much part of a very strong Indonesian challenge, but this is the title to lose for Fadila Arbi Aditama. Daniel is down amongst the scrum in the shade, I'm glad to say. Let's go down and hear about conditions and get some pre-race thoughts.
Nice and warm for the AB 250 group with a nice cool breeze coming from the side going to turn 1. So we're going to have a chat with Kritipat. Kritipat, starting from pole, it's the best position that you could start from. Is it just purely for a push to get away at the front, or are you going to fight with the group?
I think I try to leading the group is
better for the race, and then yeah, no pressure, and then I try to my best for the race one.
Thanks so much. Good luck with this one. And now we're going to go to P2 on the grid with the current championship leader by 36 points. It's Fadila Aritama. RB, starting from P2, it was a great recovery in qualifying for a front row start. How's it looking for this this race? Have you changed anything on the bike?
I've changed a lot since FP1. It's a good point, it's positive, so I keep working on it. And I hope for the best today, and I hope to get a champion today.
3 rev cuts, is it a bit of a struggle going into turn 3?
Yeah, of course, because the wind also is so strong, but I'm still confident, so I will try my best.
Thanks so much, RB. Good luck. And now we're going to try and grab a quick word again at the back here in row 3. Izam Ikmal, who'll be starting from P8. So Izam has a bit of a charge that he needs to try and accomplish, and he has to have a bit of luck with RB as well. So Izam, not the best at qualifying this time round. Again, you had to get new data at the Chang International Circuit with this bike. So how's it been so far?
Yeah, in qualifying, you know, I have a track limit, so back to position 8, I need to be dropped because track limit. And about the setup, it's very hard for me. It's not many sessions to want to adapt the bike, but now maybe I see the pace quite good. Maybe I try to stay on the group.
Thank you so much, Izam. Back to you, Desenberry.
Good work, Daniel. As usual, 1 minute board goes up and the roar of the engines as they get underway. Formation lap about to come. Izam Ikmal, he needs back-to-back wins. He needs Fadila Arbi to have a really poor weekend. Similarly for Kritipat. Kritipat sounding immensely confident.
Yeah, as he did back in round 1, he was outwitted, outfoxed by Arbi on turn 12 in race 1, but did come through to finish second in race 2. But that was a start to the season from which RB has not looked back. He scored a double win. A little bit different now. Kritipat has smoothed out some of the rough edges and getting more consistency. And Izam made a good point about his improvement during the weekend. They weren't on the pace really yesterday. Now they are. And so coming from back, let's look at the grid.
Well, he's coming from 8. Kritipat is on pole for Yamaha Tyre Racing Team. Fadila Arbi Aditama for Astra Honda Racing Team. He's already had 5 wins so far this year. Started off with a bang with 3 wins in a row. Ayoshi on the front row for the first time this season on the Kawasaki.
Yep, and leading row 2 is a very happy Andy Fadley. Next to him, one of the brilliant young riders, Nopropong Bumproez for Honda Racing Thailand. Davino Brittani for Astra Honda. Good qualifying for him in 6th.
Tilanai Duptim will be on the front of the 3rd row for Yamaha Vit Choburi team. Good to see them, a privateer team coming in just for this tournament. Izam Ikmal needs to get off to a good start for Victor Racing from P8. Daniel Sharmi, Ahmed Sharil for Uma Racing is alongside him in P9.
Very much a threat on row 4. We've got Galangendra Pratama for his own team. Yamaha Baf Yamalub and Humberto Cesar coming in as a wild card for TY Antares, and next to him Daniel Sharmi.
And Yun Tui next to him. Fadil Musyavi for Yamaha Racing Indonesia alongside Kevin Samar Quintal in P14. Chanda Hermawan, who was excellent in Sepang, he's in P15, bike 88.
Irfan Heikel starts 16th next to him. Again for TY Antares, Rintaro Takamoto. And welcome back to Alfonsi de Guigan for SDG Hark Pro. He starts 18th.
On to row 7 and Chao Vietnam for Honda Racing. Vietnam hasn't quite lived up to the reputation that we've given him over the last few years. He's alongside Yunton Ampu for Estremo Yuzi Asia team in P20, and P21 is a local rider, youngster Panjaruk for Honda Racing Thailand.
And starting a long way back for him in P22, Irfan Ardiansha for Maestro NWN SCK. Next to him, Joan Reeves Emmanuel, Idemitsu Honda India, and Kayum Razak starts 24th.
Cardinals Racing, TY Antara is represented by Jiang Shun Cheng in P25, bike 40. Jazil Juraimi, Team ACR from Singapore in P26. And Lu Yin comes in as a replacement rider, Team One for All, the only woman in the 30-strong field.
And her teammate, Liu Guang Yuan, starts 28th. Next to him, Dong Nanze, the Hong Kong rider for Victor Racing Team and Aldiaz Axel Ismail, beg his pardon, next to him.
Aldiaz was another who crashed out. I don't think he was on turn 7. I think he was at turn 12, I think. That was this morning. He's right at the very back. It's a big, big grid, 30 strong. And so with the wind, it could get very congested and we could have an Underbone-esque kind of finale. 10 laps of the circuit. AP 250 is underway. Bike 124 is Iqbal from the middle of the pack. Gets off to a strong start. Blocked off he was, but we've got a problem right in the middle. 57, Daniel Sharmi. Arm was raised and he's lucky not to have caught any contact.
Those are nasty moments in racing with a failure to launch on the grid, but he's okay, thank goodness. But championship leader scampers away.
Well, what a great start amidst all that. We were very focused on the man in the middle, Isam Iqbal. But Fadila Arbi, he just knows top 3 and I am champion. And I mentioned that the Kripitat looked confident, but Arbi looked confident as well.
Arbi just oozes championship to me. He's so calm, so calculated, and he's a thinker in the hurly-burly of racing at this level. Kripatat tries to get through, and wow, Arbi goes off.
It's extending track limits.
Comes around the outside. I think he had no option.
It's almost like he had to serve a long lap penalty there. He was going so far wide, but he still holds on in P2. Kritapak Yankum leads the way though for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team, or led the way. And also look at this, Noprupong, you mentioned him, he's here as a wild card, Noprupong Brahmawaz, and you know the Thai racers particularly well. Is he a guy who's made some strides this year?
Yeah, he's come through the talent management system of Honda Racing Thailand and doing very well. Alongside Panjaru, also 2 young teenagers coming in and doing a brilliant job.
It's Kritapat though who will lead going into turn 12 for the very first time. Gosh, that was very congested. A couple of riders had to stand up straight, but Kritapat has put in a very, very fast third sector. And Arbi is under pressure from Tiranai, took him as well.
Yeah, it looked as though they're being cooperating. They are different teams, but of course this is Yamaha in Thailand. And Tiranai tucked him. Daniel Sharmi, who is retiring here. Very unfortunate for him.
But very fortunate in that he didn't get any contact on the start line.
Indeed it was, but he looked as though he'd be really good in the race. So, let's look forward to tomorrow. In the meantime, Kritapat is trying to get away, as he said he would, to Daniel on the grid. Galang Hendra is up there as well.
Also, Isam Iqbal, bike 124. He's alongside Fadil Mushabi. If they can work together, they don't want to let, well, they certainly don't want to let Arbi get away. That'll be objective number 1. And if Arbi is pushed down, I don't know, 6th or 7th, and we could take this into the final day, which is what neutrally we want.
It is indeed, yeah. Arbi just staying where he needs to be, P2, P3. No point in getting into a fist fight with Kritapat at this stage in the championship. He doesn't need to.
He's only had one real disaster for Dilla Arbi. That was in race 1 in Sepang, where he managed to rescue a point, but he slithered out. He was in a leading group, but recovered to pick up a point. It just showed the mentality that a point is good enough, but he might not need it in the end. As they come through, Kritapat hasn't been able to get away, and it's Fadil Arbi! So nearly loses it on the back end. Scary moment for Fadila.
Yeah, a lot of places lost there for the championship leader.
Well, well, well.
Drops back to 6th. And he does have that rev cut. He's going to need some slipstream to make up that disadvantage.
The good news for him, though, is there's still a long way to go in this race. And, well, down in P6, look at who's come through. Chandra, who's really impressed in recent weeks, has bike 88. Chandra Hermawan. He had a win at Sepang. And 2 other podiums so far this season, Chandra, bike 88.
He came from 15th on the grid. He didn't have a good qualifying. But he's quick and he's up there now. So we'll just monitor the progress, which we assume it would be, I guess, for Fadila RB Aditama.
This is where the wind is buffeting. Well, Fadila's progress is pretty impressive, isn't it? Bike number 93. Wow.
There he goes, 3/4 of a lap later. He is just about pushing himself into the lead.
But just eased out into third as he went just a little bit wide and was taken first. But, well, we were wondering. We were wondering. But he's quality, Fadila. Chandra ahead of him. 24, Davino Brittani, who's his Astra Honda teammate, also there.
He's going well. Pritipat, meanwhile, shuffled back to 4th. 1 second covering the top 7.
Brittani, bike number 24. His only podium of the season came in the first race of the season, which was here at Podium. There he goes wide, and Chandra takes a slightly tighter line. Now that's where Adila made an error on the last lap, but this time he gets it right and actually leads coming over the start-finish line.
Yeah.
Or he's 200s down from the lead.
Yeah, Brittani, it was Brittani who went wide there onto the green. Tiranai still up there.
There's a little bit of aggression out there. A couple of times Fadila RB's been forced to go wide. Nobody giving any ground to the champion-elect.
The very first lap, we saw him edged out wide on the entry to turn 5 by Pritipat.
There he's been edged to go wide round the hairpin. He gets a good drive out into P3. We're focused on him. In the meantime, bike number 124, Izam Ikmal, hasn't been able to make any progress. It's only Izam who can really, a double win for Izam, and anything worse than third for Fadila today. And we go into the championship, and there is Izam Ikmal, the man in black.
Yeah, the dark horse Daniel called him this morning, which I think is appropriate for this weekend, because he does need to stalk Fadila, and although he's back in 8th, he is only 3/10 off the front.
5 podiums this season, including a win in race 1 in Mategi when he really first came to our notice. He'd done well in qualifying in the previous rounds in Sepang. I think in Mategi, he and we began to believe that he could challenge, but then Fadila RB posted a first and a third in Mandalika and another win at Sepang. And here he is leading the way, bike number 93. Eases in, gets the apex nicely and gets a good drive out. That's a good rehearsal for Fadila RB, rev cut or not.
Yeah, and really good riding from Chandra. Not sure what his problem would have been this morning, but Davino Brittani having the race of the season for Astra Honda. Contract time.
Ha! Cynic. But yes, contract time. Fadila RB. This is the 250s. Very often the 250 boys step up to the 600s in seasons to go, and he's got the physique for Fadila RB to make that step up to the bigger bikes. As is Ikmal. We haven't seen much from the Kawasaki's. We haven't seen much from Andy Mohammed Fadli or Aoshi. Where are they? 10th and 13th respectively. They're the lime green towards the end of that little knot. It's 108 Andy Mohammed Fadli, who's just behind Musyavi. P11. Musyavi just trailing Izam, and Chandra's dropped down to P8.
Yeah, that was a fast drop. Well, it's close to the front. Let's see if Izam can make his way up, because there's 9/10 currently between Fadila and his closest championship rival, Izam, for Victor Racing.
Less than 2 seconds separating 1 from 15. Less than 1 second separating 1 from 7 as they went through the end of the previous lap. When they go through the end of this lap, we'll be going through halfway. And despite that one minor blemish, I tell you, Fadila RB really is coping magnificently with the inverted commas pressure of looking to win the title in this race.
Yeah, Galangendra is entering the conversation as well. There he is, the number 56.
56 behind. Davino Brittani also in the mix for Astra Honda. He'll be doing his best to assist his teammate Adila Arbi Fadila Arbi Aditama to take the title. For Astra Honda, they're used to winning at this level. They're used to winning this 250 championship.
Yeah, they seemed frustrated at the lack of success this season, Astra Honda, but they're leading this championship. They're leading 600, so they set very high standards indeed.
They won this title last year. Herjan Adna Ferdaus won the 250cc, so they're after back-to-back. And Gander Amadipa, who's gone on to great things. He was third in the championship last year. So they do use this as a starting point. And bike number 93. Well, I keep assuming that the rev cut will make a difference, but he takes such a lovely, clean line. And is such a clean racer.
Yeah, he's got really good rolling corner speed. Beautifully precise. Pritipat's made his way back up to challenge him.
Pritipat was 6/10 faster in qualifying, so Pritipat clearly has the racing speed, but he can't get the better of Adila at the moment. Keep going Fadila, Fadila. And Arbi still leads the way, and Prupong, as you mentioned, doesn't leave his braking too late. Pritipat takes the lead. Fadila Arbi goes on the inside, and it's actually Pritipat who, as we come with 4 laps to go, who has the race lead and the new fastest lap posted just then, a 1:52.
Yeah, sideways glance at Fadila Arbi, who no doubt you'll remember. Arbi sucked him into making a mistake in race 1 back in April, on turn 12, of course.
Arbi needs P3 only if Isam Ikmal wins, but Isam Ikmal is a long way behind. Arbi can almost coast his way home in this remaining 3.5 laps.
Yeah, Isam dropped down to 10th now, just over a second behind, so he is losing ground. You're right, Des.
Pritipat and number 20, Kupong. Thais always do well. Of course, they're used to racing here at Buriram, but they do seem to take real pleasure in showing everybody else the way. But Fadila Arbi is saying, well, I'm a potential champion, you're not showing me the way. And he's led almost from the front, from the off.
Yeah, never looked really challenged so far as we get into the later stages of this race. Pritipat working visibly a lot harder than Arbi.
He's got this lovely smooth rhythm to him. Leans into that corner. Looks nice and relaxed, but Pritipat looks a little bit more tense as Arbi takes the way through. Panjaruk has also made his move. The number 12 has got himself up into P4 at the moment. But it's the Astra Honda who will be leading with 3 laps to go. So far, so good for Astra Honda. Isam Ikmal needs something pretty special in this remaining 15 or 16 kilometers of this race.
Yeah, thinking about those 2 Thai teenagers for Honda Racing Thailand. In the Honda Thailand Talent Cup, they race for 30 minutes, so stamina is something that they've really got in their favour, as well as youth. I think they're like 13 and 14 or something. They're very young.
Well, there is Noprupong, who's leading the way, and right on cue, Panjarak makes his move as well. They were looking for 1 and 2 right on cue. Fadila Arbi, though, isn't playing their games. Your time is to come, he says. My time is now.
It is very much the feeling that we're getting from the number 93. Gap now back to following just these 4 getting away a little bit.
Chandra's got himself back in, bike 88 for the Yamaha.
It's all closed back up again as they come into turn 5 and 6.
But he is controlling it from the front. You feel like Arbi knows what he's got to do, knows top 3 is all he really needs to take care of. Just takes evasive action to make sure that he's not going to be put off by Noprupong.
Yeah, I think those two young guns probably going to find themselves being undone in the end by the quality and the experience of RB. Has raced in Moto 3 this year.
Kritapat also hanging in there, bike 39. This is the Yamaha of Chandra. Ooh, RB just had to stand up. Oh no, RB was leading the way. It was one of the youngsters, Panjaruk, who had to stand up. Padilla RB leads with 2 laps to go. Controlled, clinical.
Yeah, Noprupong and Panjaruk tucking in behind him, looking aggressive still. Nobody's told them it's difficult to race at this level.
We're just having the occasional glimpse of the lime green of the Kawasaki's. They performed so well in qualifying. There was hopes that maybe they could get close to the podium. It's not really looking that way for either Ayoshi or Andy Mohamed Fadli. Still 2.5 laps to go. Teenage Kicks leading the way. Britannia's not much older either.
Yeah, that's true. What is he, 16?
16, comparative veteran.
Yeah, this is really good racing from the very young riders in this series. There's a Mick at the back of this group.
If he's going to make a move, he needs to make it now. We're more than halfway through. It's a 10-lap race. Fadila Arbi still showing the young guns the way home. And Astra Honda looking to retain this AP 250cc title as a team with a different rider. Just shows you the strength in depth that they've got.
Absolutely phenomenal. And it's good to see the Indonesian talent being chased by the next generation of Thai talent as well. Oh, look at Davino Bertani. He's getting amongst it there.
The Yamaha's all grouping as well, but into the last lap, this is your champion-elect, Fadila Arbi, leading the way for Astra Honda Racing, and he's just accelerated away from the Propong Bumprowers. And it looks like he's wanting to lead this one from the front. To his credit, Propong not letting him get away.
Yeah, really good work by the young Propong, number 20.
As they head down to the drag track here, Burilam. Nice tight angle from Adila.
It's literally inch perfect from the championship leader.
Behind them, there's all kinds of consternation going on. Kritipap makes a move, also makes a move, is Tiranai Tuktim. Bike number 36. The Yamahas as a group. Well, the blue is very, very much more noticeable now. It was all red for such a long time. Now the Yamaha blue is looking to try to get in on Fadila Arbi. Arbi, though, is halfway through this final lap. And the championship is Fadila Arbi at the Tamas to lose.
Yeah, he came here with one hand on the championship. Now he's reaching out the other hand.
5 wins already this season for bike number 93. He's controlled this race from start to finish almost. One little mistake, but there they are. They're waiting on the pit wall. Just has to get this right. He's under pressure. He doesn't need to win. Tiranai goes on the inside, but Fadila Arbi goes and the Yamahas take each other out. Fadila Arbi Aditama is your champion.
Absolutely did it from the front. He was leading, it seemed, at will. Whenever he felt like moving to the front, he did so, despite the best efforts of Kritapat, of the young guns from Honda Racing Thailand. Absolutely supreme performance. There is your AP 250 2025 champion, Fadila Arbi Aditama. Congratulations to him, and congratulations to Astra Honda Racing Team.
It was controlled, it was clinical. He even held off Pritipat, who's been so quick. And the Yamahas came for him as a group on that last lap, and he just swatted them aside for Dila Arbi Aditama. From the very first race in Buriram this season, he has been in control of this season. This is now win number 6 for Dila Arbi Aditama. As you can see, we already know he's a champion. This is ARRC, and that is your AP 250 champion.
Some really strong performances there. Podium for Noprapong, the young teenager from Honda Racing Thailand. They're going to be delighted with that as they look for the next generation of top racers to come through from Thailand. Kind of a relaxed smile that he's got on his face as the team, no doubt, are breaking out the t-shirts in the garage. They're changing the front fairing as well, by the look of it.
It's almost like they expected this, Barry. It's almost like they planned it.
Spooky. Spooky stuff.
And he did it in real style.
It was absolutely real style. Remembering those 3 rev cuts that he was carrying, Pritipat chasing, and so that was it, 57. But that was a long way behind him. He finished 6/10 clear of Pritipat, who came through in P2. Once again, the bridesmaid to Fadila Arbi Aditama at Chang International Circuit. Looks like they've got the #1 front fairing fitted now on that CVR.
Here is the final result. Fadila Arbi Aditama, Astra Honda Racing, winning this one by 6/10 of a second in a really clinical, composed performance. Kritipak Yangkum for Yamaha Thailand Racing in P2. Really good work from the teenager Noprapong Bumprawes for Honda Racing Thailand. Gosh, that bodes well for the future. Chandra Hermawan, another good P4 for him. He's picked up points regularly throughout this season for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. 1.8 seconds down. Gets to the better of Galang Hendra Pratama for Yamaha BAF Yamalube. 2 seconds down, Davino Brittani. Again, that's impressive by the 16-year-old Astra Honda racer, who's 10th clear of 7th, who is Panjaruch Iyoshi, the best of the Kawasaki's. Izam Iqmal finishing in P9 for 7 points. Aldiaz Askal on Yamaha Bafilamihub in P10. Hu Tri, the best of Vietnamese for Honda Racing Vietnam in 11. Alfonso Dakigan, we didn't really see him for SDG Hawk Pro. We'll be seeing SDG Hawk Pro later on. Rintaro Takamoto for TY Antares 13. Chao Vietnam 14th. And Tiranai Tuptim, that's a disappointing finish for the Yamaha Vit Chombri rider, because he was in the mix for a little while. Out of the points, Kevin Samar Quintal, but good experience for the Idemitsu Honda India racer. Irfan Heikel for SCK Honda, and Ani Mohammed Fadli also out of the points. Tonampu for Estremo Yuzi, finishing in 19th ahead of Johan Reeves. Emmanuel for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. Irfan Ardiancia, not being the best of weekends for Irfan for SCK Honda Racing. Abdullah Kayam Razak for Cardinals, Factory Racing in P22. We're filling time because the winner is still coming round to the Park Ferme. Jiang Shun Cheng in 23. Jazil Jaraimi for Team ACR Singapore in 24. Liu Gang Wan in 25. These are all finishers. Lu Yin, Team One for All in P26, just losing out to Guang Guan. That was a bit of a fun. And then further down we have the finishers from Hong Kong. Eventually into the Park Ferme we have our race winner and our champion, who wears #1.
That's a richly deserved #1 that he's got on the front there, and he's got his championship helmet as well. Resplendent, and the championship bib. As you said, Des, it's as if they knew this might happen. There it is. Celebrations can begin.
I think they began halfway through the final lap when he knew he was going to win. Right from his interview though with Daniel Bogas, he just gave off that impression that he knew what he had to do and he was going to do it. And with the rev cuts, it should have a major impact. but it didn't.
No, he was oozing that certainty that true champions have. And this is a very, very well-deserved championship to a supremely talented rider, and very clever rider too. Just judged everything so well. Very slim, so giving him congratulations.
Well, 6 wins, 1 P3, a P5, a P6, a P8 and a P15. That P15 the only blot on the copybook. Job well done. Now boss, a bit about next year. Is there a champion bonus?
I'm sure there is.
And it's good to see that the team on the helmet. That's the image. It's not all about the rider. Invariably in the interviews, the riders will say, hey, credit to the mechanics, credit to the team. It is a team sport, of course it is. And Astra Honda do things, everything very professionally. And eventually it goes to the bosses.
Well, that's 2 championships done. Let's go to Daniel, who is with our winner.
RB, you've done it. You are the champion of the AP 250 class after a really tough battle in that race. But the main thing there was that last lap. You pulled the gap and you took a very wide line into turn 12. That was fantastic. So tell us about this race and tell us about your season.
Yeah, this season been incredible for me. It's my first season in AP 250. This race, syukur alhamdulillah, I get the champion for the team, for myself, for my family. Thank you so much to all the support. Of course, this race is very, very tough. It's very hard, and I just try to, I don't want to manage before, but, and then suddenly, I don't know why, I say, okay, when they attack, I will attack also, because my margin also is quite huge, so I'll take it, I risk it, I will fight, then, yeah, I cannot describe more, so thank you so much.
Brilliant job, RB. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All eyes on bike number 93, Fadila RB Atama, as he attempted to secure the championship with 2 races to go in the AP 250cc. Isam Ikmal, bike 124. The only man who could stop him winning today. Isam, though, was in the middle of the pack, and Fadila RB, despite being edged out early on Barry Russell, that was the one scary moment that he had in 10 fabulous laps.
Yeah, he never looked out of control. He seemed to take forward. There was a good moment. There he goes, right off into the car park. But apart from that, he was totally in control. Took the lead at will, just to, well, he was playing with the rest of the field, and this was a very quality field.
He recovered within half a lap of that little squiggle. He was able to get away. Isam Ikmal, meantime, despite a really competitive season for Victor Racing, wasn't able to make any real impact. The real threat came from the teenagers of Noprupong and David Brittani and Panjaruch, who are really showing up well for the ties.
Yeah, it was great performance from those young guys, and Davino Brittani too. Going Hendra, the veteran, relatively speaking, up there as well, the 56. For much of this race, he would end up 5th.
But the story is bike number 93. And as he said in his post-race interview, I decided when they attacked, I was going to attack. And you saw the attack coming in there from Noprupong, who really did impress the bike number 20. As you say, 14 years of age, a real talent in the making. But deciding to go slightly on the inside here as Isam couldn't make any headway. He needed only P3 to guarantee the title. P3 was never going to be good enough for bike 93.
No, it never was. And sometimes the best form of defense is attack. And if you try to ride slowly or conservatively, it can go horribly wrong, as it nearly did there.
Zips through, though, on the hairpin at the end of the long straight. He had the lead. That's where he made the attack. And despite the Yamahas competing to try to get in behind him, they were ready on the pit wall to welcome the champion. Just ease yourself round turn number 12. As Daniel said in his post-race interview, takes it nice and steady, nicely through the apex and drives through, takes the win for his 5th win of this season, and also takes the title in his first season at an AP 250. There is your champion. 93 quickly becomes number 1.
Yeah, and the mayhem causer that time around was 571, Monsieur V.
Well, there is young Nopropong Pumpraues for Honda Racing Thailand. That's a nice feeling to be on the podium in a senior race.
Yeah, the team are going to be absolutely delighted with that.
Kritapat, fastest by some distance in qualifying. Has to be content with P2. But it's no disgrace to lose to a man who's in this kind of form. Fadila Abi Aditama for Astra Honda Racing. One little early scare, but apart from that, a consummate performance. Astra Honda taking the team award, and we'll have the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya, to celebrate the win and the title for Fadila Arbi. Proud moment. It's not only the race win. And you can see there, young Noprupang is saying, hey, what's it like to win? I'll be in your place this time next year. Mr. Tuakazu Handa, Managing Director of Idemitsu Lube Asia Pacific Private Limited, handing out the awards. As always, our thanks to the sponsors, the supporters of the Asia Road Racing Championship, Idemitsu, the title sponsors. This is the 28th full season of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Started back in 1996. And already plans are ahead for a 6-round season in 2026. Where one man may be defending his championship, or he may be moving up to 600s, or he may have bigger World Championship thoughts on his mind. The team award handed out by Mr. Tongtai Wongsawan, FIM Asia. And again, the authorization from FIM, so important to ARRC. And it goes to Astra Honda Racing Team again.
Yes, indeed. I wonder how many. It's a hatful.
Indonesia, Thailand, but Yamaha Thailand and Honda Thailand, to show that, that there's some really good talent emerging in this nation. But that'll be doing the rounds on social media. Your comments on Facebook and wherever you're watching this broadcast, very, very welcome. Fadila Arbi, 196 points, 54 points clear of Isam Iqbal. He cannot be caught, but Isam can be by Kritapat. Kritapat hunting for P2 in race 2 tomorrow. Murabil Vitoni, an injured absentee this weekend. Get well soon, Murabil. Chanda Herman, he can overtake Murabil with a good performance tomorrow, as can Galang Hendra Pratama. on the Yamahas out of Indonesia. Irfan Ardiansa for SCK Honda Racing is on 81 points. And in 8th place, Daniel Sharmi will be hoping to actually get off the line tomorrow. He had a problem starting today and was an early casualty for UMA Racing Yamaha. 3 races down, 2 to go, and we get to the bigger bikes next. We have the Supersport 600cc, and once again, Astra Honda Racing are in a great position to pick up the title, but it's not cut and dried. Supersport 600 coming up after the break. You're watching the Asia Road Racing Championship from the Chang International Circuit in Buriram, Thailand.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
Adinanta Putra leads the championship by just 8 points. It's been a good campaign for the Astra Honda rider, but hot on their heels is Kasma Daniel. Hungry to claim the title in his first attempt back in the 600s, Kasma enters the final round knowing that he's won here earlier. That could be the confidence boost that he needs. 21 points behind is the local man, Anupav Sarmoon. The crowd will be matching the roar of the R6, but will big celebrations follow after? Wahyu Nugroho trails by 44 points. It's quite a gap, but with 50 points left to score, you never know in racing. 25 points to play in race 1. The final chapter begins.
Daniel Bogas setting the scene for us ahead of the Supersport 600cc. Welcome to the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, live from Chang International Circuit. We're in the east of Thailand. As you can see, the weather is absolutely scintillatingly magnificent. But the good news for the riders is there's a little bit of a shade and there's a little bit of a breeze, which helps them and hinders them. Des Corkill alongside Barry Russell describing the action for you. And on this final round of the season, Barry, this is beautifully poised. Just 8 points between Adinanta Putra and Kasma Daniel. Is this Kasma's year?
Is it Kasma's year? Very good question. Let's see.
In qualifying earlier on this morning.
Yeah, out early was our championship leader, Adinanta Putra.
Adinanta, bike number 21. There's some good racers in this competition. Anupab Samu is amongst them.
Yeah.
Incidents galore though.
Yeah, very early crashes as well for Shurifudin Asman we saw then, and also Hurjan, and another one.
27, Kazma Daniel didn't actually get on the front row of the grid because Anupab Samu, well, we know Anupab is a wonderful racer, but there is a wild card who is as wild as anybody you can get. Number 241, Apiwat Wangtananon, a former ARRC champion, but coming in just for this round this season at the 600s.
Indeed, the outgoing champion, Des.
Indeed.
He took the title last year, and he's come in as a wild card after the withdrawal of his team in ASP 1000. And we thought that perhaps we'd seen the last of him this year, but no, he's come back and he's causing trouble. And he's caused it by, stylishly, by taking pole position next to his old sparring partner and no doubt good friend, Anupab Samu, one of the great partnerships in this series.
There he is on bike number 241. Sinister in the black leathers, but I tell you what, Kazma Daniel will be hoping that he doesn't cause him too many problems, Apiwat Wangtanan, because if Apiwat does take off points and Anupab were to win, and those two are like brothers on the track, that could cause real problems for Kazma Daniel's championship chances. It could also cause a problem for Adonanto Putra and his championship chances. And another one we've got to talk about, bike number 57, Aldi Satya Mahendra. Look out for Aldi Satya as well. What a performance it was last year. He's come in as a wild card as well.
Yeah, there is a world champion in the house, no less. Aldi Satya Mahendra, Supersport 300 world champion in 2024. Fantastic to see him back in the ARRC fold for this curtain closer, this showdown. There's a story in that shot as well, which perhaps we'll come back to.
I'm enjoying the shade, as are the racers, as we head into the Supersport 600cc. This is the circuit. It's the Chang International Circuit. 12 turns, 5 left, 7 right. 4.5 kilometers is the distance. 2 long straights, and you have the home straight as well. It's 3 long straights, and then it gets really very technical. But these big bikes, they power around it.
Yeah, and that key point at turn 12 even for the biggest CCs.
Adonanto Putra, bike number 21 for Astra Honda Racing, has an 8-point lead over bike number 27, Kazma Daniel. Anupab Samu is within touching distance, and if he gets help from Apiwat Wangtananon and Aldi Satya Mahendra, tell you what, it could be another tie taking this title. This is a pivotal, of course it's pivotal, but this is a huge weekend. The title will not be decided today. We'll go right to the final race tomorrow. Down in the shade and amongst the breeze is our intrepid reporter, Daniel Bogas, with some pre-race thoughts.
Perfect weather for racing on the grid here for the Supersport 600. Warm, dry, and a light breeze. It's going to be really great for racing. We're going to have a chat with one of the Yamahas in the front row. There are 3. We've got the TMP Yamaha of Apiwat Wangtananon, Anupab Samu, and then Aldi Satya Mahendra, the 2024 World Supersport 300 champion. We're going to have a word with Anupab as he's getting the zone. So, Anupab, it's a bit warm. You're getting cooled down. Different weather compared to yesterday. So, do you think this will change everything?
Yes, today we get a good qualify because we have working hard and teamwork. I thank you for everything from the first round to the last round. We working a lot, practice a lot for today and tomorrow. We have a chance for fighting to the champion. Today I just make the funny and I tell to many people, I just go for the funny with the race. Thank you so much.
Is there any plan with Apiwat right there?
Yeah, he really strong. He's my old teammate. Yep. I know him very strong. I know him very fast. I will try to follow him and somewhere I try to do the best.
Thank you so much, Anupab. Good luck for this race. Now we're going to head to the second row on the grid. Of course, once again, we will have a chat with Aldi Satya tomorrow, but we're going to go to Kasma Daniel first of all. Another championship contender, just 8 points behind Adananta Putra. Let's grab a quick word. Kasma, 8 points is the gap. Yamahas are looking strong here in Chang, and your championship contender is behind you. So, what's the game plan going into this race?
No pressure, just having fun on the race and try to consistent and just follow the fast rider.
Thank you so much, Kasma. Short and sweet. Now we're going to head down to row 3. Adananta didn't get the greatest of qualifying, but let's see what he makes of it. Just strapping on his helmet now. So, Adananta, difficult in qualifying, the crash as well. So, first of all, are you feeling okay? And secondly, how's this race looking now with the Yamahas being strong?
Yes, sure. I'm okay for the crash in the qualified. Yes, I had a good feeling. Just a small mistake that make me crash in the qualified. So yeah, we know Yamaha quite strong. Also, not only Yamaha, also another Honda rider also was all rider very close. Yeah, we will try. I will try my best. Just focus and maintain consistent and just go fighting. Yes.
Thank you so much, Adananta. Good luck for this race. Back to you, Desenberry.
Excellent stuff. Right there is the potential spoiler, or one of the two potential spoilers, Apiwat Wong Tananon. Yamaha TNP, it's a privateer, but gosh, those eyes look focused, Barry Russell.
Yeah, he feels like he owns this circuit. He did clinch the championship here, Supersport 600, this time last year, and he is full of mischief. Fantastic to see him back.
And the other spoiler, Aldi Satra Mahendra, he's also on the front row of the grid. Will they be showing nationalistic colours and looking after Anupar? That's my big question.
Perhaps they will. Aldi Satcher, he's gotten faster and faster during this weekend. So we know he's still recovering from injury, but he looks classy. Let's see how he goes over race distance.
It really does put a stone in the water as the boss looks on. The events manager of Chang International, Chanok Chichob. Ooh. Gosh, I thought we had a problem there for Aldi Satya. But he was just stretching and making sure he was okay. We're on the formation lap. 18, and whenever I look at this Supersport 600cc, the quality on display is phenomenal. Apinat we know about as a wild card, Yamaha TMP. Anupar Samu, 21 points off the title for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. Yamaha Racing Indonesia's Aldi Satya Mahendra. What a front row.
Absolutely. Tanat Longpliao for Honda Racing Thailand, looking threatening, full of vim and vigour this weekend. Next to him, Kasma Daniel has shown good pace despite not qualifying that well. And then Reza Danica RNs, very good qualifying for him.
A former ARRC champion, Adananta Putra, the championship leader, alongside another guy more than capable of winning races for Idemitsu Honda, Helmi Asman, alongside Ferozi Torikatula, another former ARRC champion, but not at 600s.
Caroline and Powie, having been fastest on combined times yesterday, starts down in 10th. Next to him, Kitsadar Tanachok for Honda Racing Thailand. Rocco Sessler, the 16-year-old German, turns out for Team One for All.
And in row 5, Herjan Adna Ferdhaus, another champion, this time at 250. Waina Groho from Yamaha Racing Indonesia in P14. And another former champion, again not at 600, but a champion nonetheless, McKinley Kalpaz for Hongyong Yamaha in P15.
On the final row, we've got Sharjun Tong for Victor Racing, and two riders who didn't record times in qualifying, Sharifuddin Azman and Jakrapat Pudisan, both down to crashes.
Sharifuddin, double win in Sepang last time out.
And on pole last time out here at Chang International.
Indeed. So that is quality. And you mix in those wild cards, and they are wild cards. 22 is Sharjun Tong, 21. Look out for Adananta Putra. He's the man who has the championship in his grasp, but those Yamahas.
Yep, 8-point lead, 50 points up for grabs over the weekend. But I have to say, Adananta, despite things not going all his way in practice and qualifying, seems very determined and very confident.
He starts though from P7, third row of the grid. We'll keep a very close eye on how he starts because there's such quality around him that if he gets off to a not great start, it's going to be very difficult for him. Kazma Daniel 8 points adrift, Anupab 21 points adrift. Supersport 600cc, 12 laps of the circuit. We are underway. Kazma Daniel gets off to a powerful start from the second row. Leading the way though is Aldi Satya, off to a flyer. How about the defending championship leader Adananta? It's secure without being spectacular.
Great start from Aldi Satya. It's the first time we've seen him right at the front this weekend, but he has been improving step by step all the way.
Reza Danik off to a decent start. Oh, he's gone very wide though, Aldi. Got that one really long, too much power on that and got it completely wrong on the hairpin.
Yeah, I think the rider inside him, that was probably Apiwat, helped him to go wide.
Apiwat is the man who has the lead. You can almost feel an Apiwat Anupad 1-2 here. It's Buriram, that's what they do.
Yeah, and they've been doing it for a decade. If you go back all the way to AP250s, there's 600s and in ASB 1000. This is one of the great partnerships we've seen in the Asia Road Racing Championship. Let's see what it can deliver this afternoon.
27, Kazma Daniel keeps close eye on Tanat Langfield. We are on board with Tanat, he's looking back onto Kazma. And Kazma is there. Aldi Setya dropped down to P5. 21 is Adananta.
Adananta, he's had his problems and now he's got a big one.
Wow, huge moment. Needs to get back on the bike, needs to score some points. Anything will do, even a point.
Let's see what happened. It wasn't on camera. Oh! Well, see how he came off then.
Some serious problems from Adananta Putra. Concerned looks. Luckily, he got up and he was chasing after the bike in the hope to get it back on the circuit. But this could be 0 points for Adananta Putra, and the whole championship has been blown apart.
Oh, that bike was tumbled into pieces. That won't be back on track. Anupab, meanwhile, moves ahead of his compatriot and his friend, Apiwat Wongtananon. Behind them, another Thai rider, Tanat Longpleau, in touch with them. In touch with the championship, even more in touch now. Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin for Hong Leong Yamaha. He's sitting in fourth.
Wow, so many permutations for Kazma Daniel. He knows he's got these wild cards to deal with. But there he is, just on the back there. He's into P4 at the moment. Tanat is the man ahead of him. Tanat, who we're looking back at. 500 is Anupab Samun. Anupab is looking to pick up maximum points. A double win for Anupab means that Kazma Daniel can only win the title with 2 second places. And then you have the wild cards to come into play. And there's one of the wild cards, Apiwat Wongtananon.
Yep, riding shotgun for Anupab. Or is he? Or is Apiwat going to have another go? No.
Kazma goes around the outside.
Oh!
That's a big crash. 2 men
nasty
gone
one.
down. Oof. Luckily out the way. It's right on turn number 12. An awful lot of problems. 2 bikes are still down.
Yeah, Reza Danica was one of them. Take another look, and Kitsadar was the other one. The young class rookie for Honda Racing Thailand.
I tell you, one of the riders is in a bad way. He's still writhing in agony on the floor. It's right underneath our commentary position. And this, if they're unable to get him into safety, we could be in a situation where we are flagged. The bikes are being cleared, the ambulance is being called, and the stretchers are there very quickly. In the meantime, the race goes on.
Yeah, this is almost certainly going to be a red flag, Des.
Anupab Samun still leading the way. The bikes are clear, it's the injured athlete.
Yeah, they need to take care of him. The medics are all around him.
Kitsada and Reza Danica
My goodness, the work being done down here by the paramedics is quite something. They're stretching him off now.
In the meantime, the race carries on. 32. Helmi Asman moves himself up into P6. Leading the way is Anupar. Right behind him is Kazma Daniel. Well, these riders can only do what they do. This is where the accident took place, and it looks like it's being cleared. There are no flags, so hopefully the riders are clear and the bikes are being cleared. That's remarkable work by the stewards to clear the track as we come through. Anupar leads from Kazma, Apiwat in P3, Aldi Satya in P4. The problem for Kazma Daniel is that the wild cards could pick up huge points. He's somehow got to hold on to bike number 500.
Ooh, and moving to the front almost is Kazma Daniel.
Instead, it's Apiwat who goes there.
Apiwat doing some good work here. This was the incident. Oh, and one of the bikes just chops in front of the other. Takes it out, and it's that rider there lying on the green part of the track.
Well, it's Reza Danica. Kitsada got his bike up and running as we look once again. Kitsada was taking evasive action. We just hope that Reza Danica's okay. Well, clearly he's not okay, but hopefully it's not as bad as it looked. But he was very quickly taken, and the medical centre is very close by, so he will be getting attention very quickly.
Yeah, paramedics and the medical facilities here absolutely world class, second to none.
In the meantime, Apiwat leads from Kazma. Anupar has dropped down behind Tanat. Tanat is in P4, Anupar is in P5. And there's a long way to go, and look over the shoulder already from Kazma Daniel. That just helps him. It means that Anupar's got to make up 2 places. That's the real battle for Kazma, just to make sure there's not separation between him and Anupar.
That's right, Anupar hoping for more. He is slipping back on track. There's 7/10 between Apiwat and Anupar. It's a little bit too much at this stage, and more importantly, there are 4 bikes between them.
We'll get an update on those injuries as soon as we possibly can. Kitsada has been asked to report to race control after the race. He was one of those involved in the incident with Reza Danica. He was looking to his left when the collision happened.
Good work here from Tanat Longpleau, the number 31. He's put himself in that top 3 for pretty much all this race. Taking a look to see if he can improve it. He slips in front of Kazma.
Perfect man to have the camera on. Looks back onto Kazma. Aldi Satya, after a poor start, has just made his way back up the grid. He's got himself into P4. He's ahead of Anupar.
Anupar staying close, but he's going to need to use the slipstream on the long stretches here.
Telyu's made real progress. Sharafuddin Azman, bike number 63, has come from way downtown.
Yeah, the very back of the grid indeed. No time recorded for him. He crashed without recording a time in qualifying this morning. Apiwat has a look around, sees his his Honda mounted compatriot behind him. Perhaps looking for Anupar.
Here's our battle for first. Remember, Apiwat and Aldi Satya are wild cards. They don't come into the championship reckoning. Neither really does Tanat, although he does, in many ways, he's a wild card danger. 2-4-1. Apiwat once again makes the move. And Kazma, I'm wondering what Kazma is thinking. He's got to be aware that he only has to worry about Anupar at the moment.
Here comes Aldi, hard onto the back of Tanat, our cameraman.
Aldi ahead of Kazma Daniel there. which means that Kazma now comes under instant pressure from Anupab Sarmoon.
As you were saying earlier, there's such quality in this field. Apiwat, Tanat, Aldi, Kazma, Anupab, Sharifuddin Azman, double winner last time out.
Adelanto Putra, the championship leader, is out. He crashed out. Aldi Satya moves into P3. Kazma 4, Anupab 5. Who was pushed wide? Sharifuddin's in the mix now, as is Helmi Azman. Oh, problems galore for Kazma and Anupab. Just focus on each other.
1 second covers Apiwat to Sharifuddin Azman, P1 to P7.
Khalid Mpawi's also making a move. He's in P8, as is Fairozi in 9. Ryan Agroho 10. Persian Atner 11. McKinley Kalpaz. Rocco Sessler, he's struggling just a little bit. As we come through, approaching the midway point. It's a terrible twosome. It's the twins, Apiwat and Anupab, 1 and 2 once again. Deja vu for the umpteenth time.
Yeah, Aldi snapping at their heels.
Well, they are a strong front three, and they were 1, 2, 3 on the qualifying grid.
Yeah, Tanat still looking aggressive now in P4. Push Kazma back to P5. Kazma won't want to squander this opportunity. This championship chance that he has now been presented to him by Adelanto Putra.
I'm wondering if we are coming into the final lap and Apiwat is leading. Does he let Anupab go past him? And what would race control say if he did? What can they say?
So that's a really hard one. Well, they can't really say anything if they keep it clean.
Kazma with problems, and even more problems because Helmi Azman and Sharifuddin Azman are closing in on the back of Kazma Daniel.
Good work from the old firm at the front. Apiwat and Anupab. Aldi Satcher getting a good tow up towards turn 3, and Tanat following him, the number 31.
Took Tanat with him. Gosh, the calculations change with every overtake.
Which is pretty much every corner.
It is, because if Anupab wins, it's one thing, it's 25 points, and Kazma was down in P5, but suddenly difference between P3 and P5 isn't that cataclysmic for Kazma Daniel.
Now is Aldi going to be able to scamper away at the front? Tanat holding on. This is really good from the young Thai. Tanat Longpliao for Honda Racing Thailand. Apiwat now in P3. Anupab P4. Kazma in 5th. With Helmi Azman bothering him from behind. Here they come once again into turn 12. Comfortably led by Aldi Satcher. Des, we got some news.
Yeah, we're just getting some great news in from race control that this serious looking incident with Reza Danica Arons, which left him carried off to the medical centre. He is okay. In racing terms, he's okay. Clearly he's hurt, but he's not in any serious danger. It's bumps and bruises and broken bones, no more.
So with that good news, we can get back to the action. And the 2024 Supersport 300 champion is leading the SS600. Came in as a wild card, as did Apiwat. Apiwat currently in P4.
Kazma right behind him. Kazma won't be too upset. If there's just 1 point differential, he won't be upset because he leads by 13 points. And I'm sure he's not doing the mental calculations, but he just knows stay close to bike number 500. That's all I need to worry about.
Yeah, and Apiwat is in between them, so he's got a job to do too. As well as try to win the race, of course.
In the meantime, Aldi Setja, well, he made his name on the Asia Road Racing Championship as a really young racer, and it's great to see him back. It's great to see these guys remember who really gave them their chances. Tanat Leongplau has a look on the inside. Anupam Samu, 500, happily in P3. It'll be 3 laps to go as they come over the line. Supersport 600cc, penultimate race of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship season. Wildcard Aldi Setja leads from Tana from Anupam. Apiwat in for potential championship leader. Kazma Daniel is in P5.
Yeah, Kazma Daniel needs to find a way up towards the front of this group. And for the rest of them, Aldi Satya Mahendra would be a good scalp to take.
Helmi Asman's not out of this, neither's Caroline Powi's made a move. As has Damok, Sharafuddin Asman.
Yeah, it was very quick yesterday. Now Anupam moves up onto the back of Aldi Satya Mahendra, ahead of Tanat.
There's not a huge amount of overtaking going on. I think it's calculations more than anything else. Aldi and Tanat are impressing. Aldi returning home, Tanat on home circuit. Anupam slipped into P2 now, that's 20 points. Kazma on P5, which is 11 points.
Looks like Helmi is coming too. There's a rider who is due a good result. Apiwat comes on the inside, try to make up some places under braking for turn 12.
And he did so.
Kazma goes backwards.
Kazma moves into P6. Caroline Powi has come through. Oh, this is not good for Kazma. The live championship shows he has the championship lead, but Anupam is just 3 points adrift. Those mental gymnastics, the riders can't be distracted by it like I am being distracted by it. But he must be aware he needs to get closer to bike number 500.
Yeah, and look at Apiwat coming through, making up 2 places on the run up to and through turn 3. He leads them down the back straight on this penultimate lap.
Waina Groho's not too far away either. He's come into the mix as well. And Waina Groho is not a million miles away, another of the Yamahas. He's on 108 points.
Yeah, it's basically a second from P1 to P9. P9 being Hergen.
Is this Underbone? 600cc Underbones, that'd be fun.
Yeah, so Apiwat fancying this. He's riding his own race. If Anupam can't get onto the back of him, then he needs to run away and take the spoils.
So that graphic that we just saw, bottom right, was the live championship points. The race positions are top left. And the ones to look out for, the ones who really we need to look out for, bike number 500 and bikes number 27 at the moment. But bike number 89 comes into the reckoning as well as we come into the final lap. Okay, so much can happen here. Apiwat leads the way. Kazma Daniel, potential championship leader.
Once again, Apiwat absolutely perfect through turn 12. He knows this circuit so well.
Anupam, bike 500, will be desperate to get past Tanat. Because if he gets past Tanat, there's a chance that his Thai Yamaha friends will look after him.
Anupam looking for a drive out of turn 3 onto this main straight. There he is. He's moving alongside Tanat. Oh, that was a good drive.
Into P2. And there's the assistance. P2 down to P6 is a 10-point differential. The P6 is Kazma Daniel, and Kazma's under pressure from Waina Groho. P6 is not guaranteed for Kazma.
Apiwat and Anupab lead at the midpoint of the final lap. Anupab pushing Apiwat now.
Bike 500. Question is, will Apiwat let his brother in inverted commas go through midway through the final lap? We're coming down to the final stretch now, and 2-4-1, Apiwat leads the way. Anupab has a look on the outside. Anupab Sarmoon, bike 500. He goes the long way round, and Apiwat, well, the win is going to go to Apiwat. Anupab in P2 will pick up 20 points. Aldi 3, Tanat 4, Kip 5, Pasma Daniel in P6 picks up 10 points. Waina Grohu in 7. Wow, we have got just 2 points between 1, 2, and another point between 3 going into the final race of the season, Barry Russell.
Yeah, that's fortunate in a way for Adananta Putra that Kazma largely squandered that opportunity to snatch a big lead from the Astra Honda man. Good work by Anupab and brilliant work by the wildest of wild cards.
Aldi Satya comes through in P3. I'm delighted with the integrity of Apiwat Wangtananon not letting Anupab Sarmoon through. I worried that it might be a scenario, but it wasn't. Apiwat, top marks, A for the win, and B for the sporting integrity and the racing integrity for the Asia Road Racing Championships.
Yeah, I don't think it's in his DNA to even allow that to happen.
Maybe it says more about me than it says about him.
Well, it was an admirable performance, whatever the motivation. But I just don't think Apiwat knows how to willingly give a place away. So, anyway, he's delighted that his buddy is through and banked second place.
It makes it really tight at the top of the championship. We'll show you that in a while. Here's the race results. Apiwat Wangtananon wins it by 0.2 of a second from Anupab Sarmoon. Yamaha TMP over Yamaha Thailand over Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Aldi Satya, welcome back, young man. It's great to see you. And congratulations on your success, but welcome back to ARC. Tanat Longplau for Thailand. Excellent result for him for Honda Racing Thailand. 7/10 down, head of Carolyn Powie. This is a high quality field. 9/10 down. Kazma Daniel, Hong Leong Yamaha Racing, 1.2 seconds down, but could be a crucial 10 points for 6. 9 points for Waina Groho, Yamaha Racing Indonesia in 7th. Herjan Atna in 8th. Helmi Asman, Idemitsu Honda, and his teammate Damak Sharafuddin Asman, 9 and 10. Farozi Torakotula in P11 ahead of McKinley Kalpaz in the 2nd. Hong Leong Yamaha Racing Yamaha. Jack Ripert in P13. Rocco Sessler team 1 for all on the Yamaha in P14, and Sharjun Tong for Victor Racing Team 32 seconds down. Kit Sada did not finish. We're delighted to say that Reza Danica has been declared in racing terms okay after a fearsome crash on turn 12. Adananta Putra, the championship leader going into this race, as you say, kind of gets away with a little bit. No points for him, but he's still in the championship race.
Yes, indeed. The only championship contender to take big points there was Anupab. Next was Kazma down in P6, so 20 points for Anupab and 10 for Kazma.
Kazma will be the new championship leader. But such was the Yamaha Thailand and the Aldi Satya impact in this race. You worry about race 2 tomorrow, but we'll worry about race 2 tomorrow. For now, let's congratulate Apiwat Wangtananon, and again, the integrity was magnificent. Let's go down to Daniel Bogas, who is talking to the race winners.
So Aldi, 70% fit, but enough for a podium. So that race was a tricky one. It's a huge battle between 11 riders. And towards the end, we thought you were about to come in for the fight for the first. But can you tell us what happened there?
Yeah, man, I did a mistake in the turn 3. Yeah, as you know, I tried to follow Apiwat to make a slipstream in the back straight, in the uphill, but when I brake hard and I make a mistake in behind of Apiwat, so I go wide. But anyway, third position is good. After a long time, I didn't go in podium, and also after injury, but I'm very happy and looking forward for race 2, and Thank you.
Thanks so much. Congratulations. And in second place, well, it's still celebrating. It was a big one for the championship. Anupap Sarmoon. The gap right now from him to first is only 3 points. Celebrations going on all around. This is going to be a cracking finale tomorrow. Race 2 is going to be everything for the Supersport 600. Anupap, what a race, what a battle. And now the gap between the points is only 3 points. That's it, between you, Adinata, and Kasma. So, amazing race. Can you tell us how was that race out there for you? Because you almost lost the podium spot and you fought at the end.
Normally, today I focus to win, but I think start the game. I have someone block me. The gap is so far. I try to push. The tire is lost. But normally this is the racing. Today we fighting really fun with the long-time teammates. Sam very good. I learned from him and fighting with the Audi World Super Sport class. I'm so very happy. I would like to say thank you the team, Yamaha Thailand Racing team, and all support me and my fan club and Thailand fan club. Thank you so much for share. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anupap. Congratulations. And race winner here for the first time this season in the Supersport 600 class. Apiwat Wongtananon, after jumping onto the TMP, the Yamaha TMP bike, they're still having celebrations and photos. It's a big day for the boys in Yamaha, for the boys in purple this time for Apiwat. They're still having a bit of celebration going on, so we're just going to wait for him to come in. And he's really shook things up for the championship. Apiwat, victorious in your wildcard in Supersport 600. And again, dominant. Every time you come as a wildcard in 600, it seems you will win. So tell us, how was that race? It looked tricky, but you managed the last lap well.
Yeah, it's crazy race today. It's many overtake in the beginning until in the race. But yeah, big overtake. For me, it's really excited to back here in the 600. But I confident with the bike. Thanks to my team and Yamaha Thailand Racing team for support and everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Apiwat. Congratulations.
Race number 1 of the weekend in the Supersport 600cc. Apiwat Wongtananon, a wild card alongside Aldi Satya Mahendra. Here to maybe make things very, very difficult for those who wanted to be champion, which include a bike number 21, who would drop out Adananta Putra. 1 or 2 early incidents, but the wild cards had a big say in this race by Russell.
Great starts from Aldi Satcher and from Apiwat and Anupap, and a very, very unfortunate exit from way down in the field there from Adananta Putra.
0 points for Adananta Putra. It meant that 57, Kasma Daniel, had a chance, but he knew he was surrounded by quality. He knew the wild cards, Apiwat 241 and Aldi number 57 were there. He knew that Anupap knows this circuit so well, and does Tanat, and he knew that Khalid Mpawi was also in great form. Then there was a serious incident. We were really worried for Reza Danica Arons. Thankfully, he was stretchered off and is deemed okay, in inverted commas.
Yeah, absolutely. And another rider we almost forgot in that last lap melee was Tanat Longtiao, who performed really well all the way through, ending up finishing just 7 tenths behind the imperious Apiwat. And what a performance from the returning Aldi Satya Mahendra. We're looking back at there from the bike of Tanat, number 57. So good, as you said, Des, to see him back. Tanat was threatening at this stage, midpoint of the race.
Kasma Daniel at this stage, bike number 27. If you could get a podium, if you could get top 3, gosh, it'd really put you in a good situation going into the final round tomorrow. Instead, a 6th place finish means that although he'll take the championship lead, gosh, it's a perilous, perilous lead, particularly with the wild cards, particularly because Adananta Putra will have a full race.
Yeah, it was such a good opportunity for Kasma. He thought he'd snatch it, but he just didn't have the pace this time. There is Aldi.
Kasma goes around as we come into the final lap. Now this correspondent was worried that bike number 241, Apiwat, would let his former teammate Anupap Sarmoon go through and take the win. I was delighted to be proven wrong. Integrity from bike number 241, Apiwat Wongtananon. He says to Anupap, if you're going to win, my friend, you're going to do it the proper way.
Yep, that's it. If you want the ball, you've got to take it. And this was absolutely magnificent on the final lap. Apiwat really inch perfect every time through turn 12. Couldn't see that anybody was going to get the lead from him on this last time around. And there he was, nicely done. Almost as nicely by Anupab. And Aldi Satcher, world champion, on our podium this afternoon.
And coming through in the championship standings, the new championship leader, Kazma Daniel, but only 6th overall. Gosh, it's going to be tense tomorrow. Let's though enjoy the podium now. Aldi Satya Mahendra, Yamaha Racing Indonesia in P3. He's a mature racer now. We remember when he first came on the ARRC scene as a raw young kid. Gosh, he grew up very, very quickly. Anupab Samu, for a decade plus has been impressing us. And Apiwat Wongtananon. Welcome back, Apiwat.
Yeah, let's remember, he is the reigning champion in this category.
And we've missed him, though.
And it really crowns what's been a rotten season for Apiwat, to be fair.
Yamaha TMP with the team award, Thai national anthem. Man in black. Shades are on. It's trademark for Apiwat Wongtananon. Mr. Tongchai Wongsawan, the FIM Asia representative, is to hand out the winners' awards. It's all Yamaha, which will make Kazma Daniel feel even more frustrated, because he's on the Yamaha as well. But he is the championship leader, Kazma. We'll get onto that in just a moment as Anupab Samu picks up P2. Nice cheesy little grin to celebrate from Anupab. He's had a good season. That is his 6th podium. He's had 3 P3s, 2 P2s and a P1. And Apiwat Wongtananon comes in and does what Apiwat does, wins races here at Buriram. The team presentation will be handed out by Mr. Toyokazu Handa, the Managing Director of Idemitsu Lube Asia Pacific Limited. And again, our thanks, as always, for the long-time support. Alpine Stars, KYT, Idemitsu, all the sponsors who are so integral to the continued success of the FIM Idemitsu Asia Road Racing Championships. Confirmation of the race win.
Yeah, a nice moment in the spotlight for the TNP team on the international stage. Really good to see.
Well, this is just a rehearsal for tomorrow. Let's have a look at the championship standings. This is close. This is great. 154 points, Kazma Daniel, Kazma Yudin, Hong Leong Yamaha. 2 points adrift. Adan Tapucha, Astra Honda Racing Team. 1 point further back. Anupab Samu, Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. All three could win the title. You've got the wild cards, Apiwat and Aldi, to really think about. Waina Grohu, 37 points. He can't win the championship, but he can still be a spoiler. Helmi Asman can't win the championship, but can be a spoiler. Sharafuddin Asman was a spoiler last time out with a double win in Sepang. Idemitsu Honda can be a challenge. McKinley Kalpaz is better than a P7 in the championship standings. And Tanat Longpliao, well, we saw him. He got a P4 today. He can be another spoiler. There are so many permutations tomorrow. Khalid Pawi got himself P5 today for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. He's on 92 points. Herjan Atner, the 250 champion, stepping up. He's capable of winning for Astra Honda. He's on 91. Fairozi Torakatula, not the best day at the office to him in P11. Kitsara, hopefully he'll be fit enough to race tomorrow in P12. Rocco Sessler, Team One for All. More learning for the German for Team One for All. Reza Danica, gosh, if he races tomorrow, I'll be absolutely amazed. He had a big knock today, but he's on 38 points in P14. And Jakripat Pwetisan for Honda Racing Thailand in P14. As the fluffy clouds show you what a glorious day it is in Eastern Thailand, we head for our final break. When we come back, we've got the big boys. And if you think the 600 is close, wow, the Superbikes is a championship to look forward to. We're back with you after the break for the story of this weekend, the ASB Superbikes. Don't go too far away. We'll be back in 2 minutes' time.
Are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu.
Five riders have booked themselves a chance to fight for the title. In 5th, Azraki Manowar looks to take it in his rookie season itself. He's only 17 points behind. In 4th, Zakwan Zaidi remains winless, but a good round 1 earlier here might change the mood going into this. He's 11 points behind. In 3rd, also 11 points behind the leader is Kito Wabe. It's been a tough couple of rounds for Kito, but SCG Hark Pro knows what it takes to be champions. In 2nd, for his 2nd attempt at the title, it's JDT's Hafiz Sharin just 4 points behind. It was fireworks the last time out in Sepang. Will Buriram have any more drama for us? And the championship leader, it's Thailand's Nakarin Atira Puvapat. He hasn't won since round 1, but the consistency of Chip has been the difference. It's 4 Hondas, 1 Ducati, 5 Warriors, 1 title. Let's get racing.
Let's get racing. This is Buriram, 31 degrees. It's beautiful, beautiful conditions and overlooking where we are. We've got the sights and sounds of Buriram, but the racing is what we're here for.
The
Barry
racing is
Russell.
amazing, and you can probably hear the delirium creeping into the commentary box. We are having such a good time this afternoon. Phenomenal racing. This is, Des, this is classic Asia Road Racing Championship final round stuff.
It is indeed. Barry Russell alongside Des Corkill in the commentary box for the ASB Superbikes 1000cc. Daniel Boger's set up the scene perfectly. We've got 5 genuine contenders, just 17 points separating P1 from P5. Last season's title was decided by just 2 points, and it was decided on the last race of the season, indeed the last corner of the last race of the season. That was last year. This is this year. Chip Nakarin is the championship leader. Let's have a look at how he and the rest of the contenders got on in qualification earlier on this morning. All kisses, all smiles, but then we got down to the serious point of the qualification by Russell.
Yeah, showing very early was the number 21, second bike in your picture there. Zakwan Zaidi got right down to it, putting in very fast early lap times on race tyres. The qualifiers would come later. Andy Farid is the hard running with him then. He was also rapid, but not quite on the pace of the front three and his former Asia Green teammate. Now that was an example of Andy being blown off as he reached the end and turned right at the end of the main straight.
This is your championship leader.
Yeah, Chip Nakarin, he was fast, straight out of the box yesterday. Quick here as well. He looked set for pole position, but it wasn't to be. Hafiz Shirin doesn't always find things going his way here at Buriram, but he's been getting faster and faster all weekend.
He'll look back on his season though, and he'll be sore about what happened at Sepang and what happened at Mategi. But Zakwan was quick. Andy Farid was runner-up last year, and he ends his association with his team this year. So he'd like to go out with a bang, but Zakwan, without a win this season, is looking mighty quick.
Yeah, he does, and this could change. However, it was a double win for Nakarin at the beginning of the season. And Nakarin, like the rest of the riders actually, Zakwan, Nakarin, Hafiz, have all been working really hard on their physical fitness, their mental fitness. This is absolutely elite level racing that we're seeing here.
Scary for Adam Norridin.
Yeah, Adam Norridin, what a fantastic job he did as well in qualifying on the Suzuki, which we know is slower, and this was such a smart fast lap, pole winning lap from Kito Abe. He tracked Nakarin, he got a toe, he just got a little bit of an advantage from him and picked Nakarin's pocket, and then he picked the pocket of Zakwan Zaidi, who at this point was on provisional pole.
You've got to pick a pocket or two. Kito Abe.
We know a song about that.
We do indeed. Kito Abe would take pole position. And do you think that this actually puts him in a position from 4th, 11 points adrift, to actually go on and take the title? Have we seen enough from Abe? Because we know that this Hard Pro team, they get things right when the pressure really is on.
Yeah, they were struggling yesterday, about half a second off the pace of the three main rivals. Today, completely different story. They found what they needed, what they were lacking yesterday, and they've got it. You can see there from the smiles of the team boss, as Kito Abe by this time had sealed pole position for this afternoon, and I just can't wait to see what's going to happen.
Zakwan in P2, that's where the action's going to take place. Here's how close it is in the championship standings. Chip Nakarin, Honda Racing Thailand, 152 points, 4 clear of the JDT Racing Team Ducati Panigale of Hafiz Sharin Abdullah. Kito Abe, SDG Hard Pro, and Zakwan Zaidi, Idemitsu Honda, both on the Hondas, 141 points, 11 points down. Azroy Hakim Anwar won't be starting today, injured in the Cup Prix, so he's really out of the equation. So it really is for Aslan Shah, Kamruzaman, A1 Energy, I'm afraid, not part of today. But Andy Farid is there. He could be a spoiler. He's in 4th on the grid at the start of the day. And let's not forget, 2nd in the championship standings last year.
And let's not forget what a fast finisher he is in the second half of the race. And he's got absolutely nothing to lose. He's not a contender.
So many things that could happen. And it's the big bikes. And it's going to come down to the final race of the season. No matter what happens, we've got 5 or 6 genuine, well, we've 4 genuine contenders out there, but potential spoilers all over the place. This is the circuit, and although it's a little bit windy, the Superbikes shouldn't be too distracted by the wind, should they?
No, the wind blowing down from turn 3 to turn 4, if you look at the track map there, that means they've got the wind behind them. It can get under them as they turn into the very fast turn 4. Turn 7 also can be a problem if it gets gusty again.
The drone had a slide problem there. As we just have a look once again at this fabulous venue. We've been coming here since 2014 with the Asia Road Racing Championship. We start the season here, we finish the season here. We've had many, many epic moments. I'm fully anticipating today's Superbikes and tomorrow's Superbikes to be amongst those epic moments. Let's go down to Daniel Bogers to just set the scene for us. He's down on the grid with a weather report, I'm sure, and also some pre-race interviews.
And as the golden sunset arrives, it's Premier Class time here at the Chang International Circuit. ASB 1000, the temperatures are perfect. It's ideal. A nice breeze once again, and it's actually cooling down quite a bit. So we'll get more information on the track temperatures later from Sal, but we're going to have a chat with the man on pole position, Kito Abe from SCG Hard Pro. So Kito, a great qualifying this time around. Pole position for the race that really matters. So what is the plan? What's the strategy for race 1?
This one, I don't have run because I think this race is a final run. So so many cases. I don't know. I focus on the race and get on the point and get on a good result. Yes.
You were mentioning the hard tires for qualifying. Are you using the hard tires for the race as well?
Yes, sure. Hard tire. I chose hard tire. Yes.
Thank you so much, Kito. Good luck with this one. Now we're going to go to P2 on the grid. Another Honda, but this time it's from the Honda Idemitsu Racing Malaysia. We're going to have a chat with Zakwan Zaidi, and let's have a quick word with him. So Zakwan, you qualified well, but you have one big task for this race right now, the long lap penalty. When are you going to do it?
Yeah, depend in situation. Yeah, I think the board will come in maybe lap 2. So for sure, anytime I can go inside. So depend on situation. So yeah, I just concentrate how to manage the gap and also try to make a good pace. Hopefully that I can fight in front.
So we heard that the hard tires are being favored by a few riders. Are you running the hard tires as well for the race?
Yeah, for sure. I think start from beginning, I already confirmed that the hard tire is the best. So yeah, just let's see how I can do and just focus in the race.
The usual hard front, medium rear.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you so much, Zakwan. Good luck for this one. And now we're going to head down a row into P6. We're going to have a chat with Adam Norden on the AMI Suzuki. He's done a fantastic job in qualifying on the race pace. On the race tires for a really good race pace actually. It was timings that were just 2/10 off the top. So let's have a quick word with Adam Norden. I'm going to try to squeeze behind this mechanic real quick. So Adam, the pace on the race tires looked really good in qualifying, but the qualifying tires didn't go to plan. So tell us, what was the big difference this time around?
Yeah, we did quite a big step, honestly. Every session we try some stuff, and then positive every time session we improve quite big progression. So yeah, this morning we make the lap time on the medium, but when we put the qualifying tire, I couldn't put everything together. Honestly, just because for me, I'm not using this soft tire for a long time, so I need to refresh back. Anyway, my target is to be in second row, and we achieve it. And for sure, the job is not done. We just enjoy the race, and then hopefully we can have a good race.
Thank you so much, Adam. Good luck for this one. So the thing about tires this week, we have a special hard front that's being brought by Dunlop. It's the same hard front used by this year's Suzuka 8-hour championship. There's a big difference actually in a few technical aspects, but I can't touch on that. That's very much secret stuff that's being done by Dunlop, and Sal from Dunlop's right at the back with Mr. Kentaro Kobayashi. So I'm going to bring our cameraman right to the back of the grid. Got Lachlan Nepis and Cam Dunker positioned on row 3 right behind Hafiz Sharin. as well as Adam Nordens. Let's try and grab a quick word with the men from Dunlop. Of course, wildcard as well. We've got the TMP Yamaha bikes and Declan Carberry in the back here. So, Sal, wanted to grab a quick word with you. So, the hard options are being used by a few of the front runners. Can you tell us a bit more about what's different this time?
Yeah, for this round we bought a new construction, similar to something that we've been working with all year, but it's the first time it's been raced here. Slightly stiff in construction, which actually looks like it's been very favourable. So the top runners and 7 out of the, let's say that 7 out of the 13 riders have chosen it for race.
What are the track temperatures looking like for this current race?
Actually a bit lower than what we expected, but 38 degrees and actually perfect racing conditions.
Thank you so much, Sal. Back to you, Des and Barry.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Well, while we were getting the track temperatures and the track conditions, our camera cut away, Barry Russell, to Hafiz Sharin Abdullah and a problem.
Yeah, very serious looking Hafiz Sharin. As we see the JDT team working hard, intently on that Ducati Panigale. Hafiz puts himself back in the seat. This is a real test of nerve, test of stress management.
In round 5, he had a P10 finish, which is why Zakwan Zaidi has a long lap penalty, because there was a racing incident on the last lap that Hafiz and JDT were very, very sore about. They thought it was more than a racing incident. They disagreed with what race control said. They accepted it in the end, but they argued fiercely against it. But that's why the long lap is in. He's not had the best of luck, Hafiz.
No, he hasn't. And that incident actually did hand the championship lead to this rider, Nakarin, and you can see how pumped the team are. The big boss there, Konalak, on the right there. And Nakarin in really good, determined shape. He's starting from P3. And there is, for the last time for Astra Honda, Andy Farid Izdihar. What will he do in his swan song? He's been pretty quick, not quite on the pace of the 3 riders in front of him, but pretty quick, and we know his durability over race distance and how he gets faster during the second half of the race.
A former ARRC champion, but 3rd in 2 years ago, 2nd last season. They'd like to go out, I think, with a bang. Number 12 is Cameron Dunker, the Australian, on the Yamaha. And they're consistent run of results, getting better as the season progresses. That's all you can ask for those who are in the middle of the grid.
Indeed, MotoGo Yamaha's Cameron Dunker turned 18 on Wednesday.
Wow, do you remember 18? Do you remember 18?
Actually, yes. But I'm not telling you why.
Quito Arbe, right then, as we have a look at somebody enjoying the heat. Lachlan Epis for the Savitar Racing. He's on the BMW. Again, he's being competitive. And then the Rio Mizuno, who's the colleague of Hafiz Sharin Abdullah. Yeah. And if he can get close, and if they can compete with the Hondas, he might have an important role to play.
Yeah, Rio's been improving this weekend. Shout out to Britain's Joe Francis for Victor Racing Team. He's done a good job on a bike that's a little bit down on power and a little bit older than the other Yamahas on the grid, but a top quality rider. And welcome to ARRC to this rider, Natitan Tonkoat, riding for Yamaha TNP, the team we just saw win the Supersport 600 race. Movie star looks indeed.
Certainly, certainly.
Yeah, local Supersport, Super Stock champion.
Declan Carberry from Savitar Racing on the BMWs. Again, these guys are looking to be competitive. They reckon down the straights they'll lose a little bit of the power, so they'll try to make things up. And Cho Yu-Jo, a regular. A couple of DNFs, too many DNFs in that. He had a disappointing time last time out at Sepang and would like to make sure he finishes. A non-starter, Azroy Hakim Anwar. We hope he'll be fit tomorrow, but he really struggled when he tried to get on the bike yesterday.
Yeah, speaking personally, I'm glad that Azroy's not starting. Better to let that injury recover rather than push him out onto track. Good decision by his team.
That was an injury he obtained on the Capri, where he races the Underbone 150s. It's they're versatile boys, these guys.
Certainly are.
Joe Francis flies in from the UK, and he was saying it was minus 1 degrees when he left, and he came into Buriram and enjoyed the sunshine immediately.
Yeah.
Everyone saying Buriram was cool in 25 degrees, and he and his girlfriend were loving it.
Absolutely right. They do enjoy racing in Asia.
Yes, they do. There's the JDT team. Oof.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's see.
Right.
It's fixed by the look of that face. Let's hope it is.
How many fingers can I cross?
Crew looks a little bit more serious.
Well, for Hafiz Sharim, he's 4 points off the lead. Nakarin Atirapuvapat has the lead. Zakwan Zaire, who's been quick, and Kito Abe, who's fastest, and Andy Farid. Daniel in the pre-race was saying how quick the Hondas have been here. The Hondas have been quick here. And they're in 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the grid.
Yeah, and it's just fantastic to see Adam Norodin's on the AMI Suzuki on the second row as well. Fantastic work from him. Such a talented rider. It's the second time we've seen him this year, and we really hope if anyone's at Suzuki is listening that they get the support to come in and do a full season next year.
Indeed, it would be good. I went past the Suzuki plant in Bangkok on the way here. I kind of nodded towards them. I don't think they saw me.
Didn't they know who you were, Des?
They didn't know. Nobody knows. Okay, it's nice and tense. I'm loving the edge that we've got here. The injury to Ajri Hakim Anwar is unfortunate for him, as we are just getting the confirmation of the tyre information that Sal gave us before. And anybody doing anything other than hard compound on the front?
Yes, indeed. Nakarin, championship leader, is doing medium front, medium rear. So is Adam Norodin, but Kito, Zakwan, Andy, Hafiz, all on hard front, medium rear. Lachlan hard front, medium, as is his teammates. Yeah, so interesting choice by Nakarin, because that hard front is going to give them a lot of stability under hard braking. Smile there from Azroy. Get well soon, my friend.
Absolutely. Just on those tyres once again, though, thanks to Dunlop, they give us the inside information. They don't give us it immediately. They let they make sure there's a little bit of time between us getting the information and just to make sure there can be nothing done on the grid.
Virtually perfect track temperature, 38 degrees. It's about 20 degrees cooler than it was back in April when we were here for round 1.
Okay, here, penultimate round of the season, penultimate race of the season. Kito Abe, SDG Hark Pro, on pole position after a brilliant qualification lap. Zakwan Zaidi, quick as we've seen this season on Idemitsu Honda in P2. Nakarin Atirapuvapat, Honda Racing Thailand, the championship leader in P3.
Andy Farid last time on Astra Honda this weekend. He starts 4th. Next to him, Hafiz Sharin, who's got some work to do, starting from the middle of the second row. Adam Norodin, brilliant job for AMI Suzuki, starts 6th.
We move on to the third row of the grid. Cam Dunker, happy birthday, Cam. Didn't realise it was his 18th. For MotoGo Yamaha Racing, he's on P7, just ahead of Lachlan Epis on the BMW for Savitar Racing Asia. And Ray Mizuno for JDT Racing could have an important role if he can get close to the front guys.
Yeah, going well and enjoying himself here at Buriram. Joe Francis for Victor Racing. Yamaha TNP's Natatan Tonkoat is next to him in P11, and starting 12th, Declan Carberry.
Joe for Savitar Racing on the BMW is in P13. Non-starter today. We just saw him in the pits. He'd like to get on the bike. These guys love to race, but even if they say it's too painful to race, you really have to believe them.
Yeah, you do indeed. He did try yesterday, did a couple of laps, but it was not comfortable for him. And good decision to protect him.
Abe, right. Is he the wild card? Can Hafiz change his fortune? There is Hafiz on the Ducati. He's already had heart palpitations today. When we went down to look at the bike in the as we were doing the interviews, he got off the bike and the engineers looked very, very worried, but he's back on the grid in P5.
Yeah, he looked confident, as though they were fixed.
Warm-up lap is complete. 13 on the track, 4 genuine championship contenders, 2 or 3 spoilers amongst the rest. Men go off. Red lights are on. Go, go, go! And Hafiz from P5, bike 55. Oh, that's a decent start for Hafiz. He's under pressure all the way. He's hold on to P5. There was a concern that he had good racers around him, but he's got off to a decent start. Ahead of him, though, Zakwan Zaidi and Kito Abe off to flyers.
Yeah, this is going to shake out a little bit on the run down to turn 3. Nakarin coming up hard and fast, getting inside Zakwan, dragging Kito Abe with him. It's going to be Nakarin that comes out of turn 3 in P1.
Hafiz gets ahead of Andy Farid. Izdihar, crucially for the Ducati. Got to stay close. He's got to stay close to Chip Nakarin. That's objective number 1. Nakarin leads the way, the tie.
3 Hondas at the front. Hafiz trying to get amongst it as they go through turns 5 and 6. Switching direction into turn 7. Hafiz still in 4th.
You need a cool head out there. Of course, you're going hell for leather. You're going as fast as you possibly can. But you cannot afford to make a mistake here. A mistake for any of the front 4. And they are the front 4, literally. Could end any hopes of a championship.
Yeah, and that battle for 3rd, incidentally, is between Zakwan and Hafiz.
Battle of Malaysia. Thailand, Japan, Malaysia, Malaysia.
Indonesia, Andy Farid in P5.
Abe, as they scream through the start-finish line, he's in P2. Well, this is a bit like qualification when Abe was trailing Chip Nakarin and got a pull to set the fastest lap, but Nakarin is leading the way this time.
Yeah, he is absolutely determined to win. This would be a big moment. He told us on Friday that he wanted to make history for Thailand by becoming the first Thai ASB 1000 champion. He is absolutely going to leave nothing behind in order to achieve that. And all of the 4 riders behind him have got every intention of spoiling that ambition.
They've got to catch him first, though.
Yeah.
It looks like he's pulling away. His lead is, well, it was only 0.2 of a second. Oh, who's gone? Oh, that's the long lap.
Oh, that's the long lap for Zakwan. Good decision, get it out of the way, come back on. Where will he come back in? Is it going to be with Lachlan?
Drops down to P9. He's behind Rio Mizuno. So it's good news for Hafiz Sharim. He moves up into P3. A reminder, that long lap was for an incident in Sepang, so it's being carried over. And it was an incident that Hafiz believed cost him the race.
Yeah, and because of that, championship lead, possibly. So Nakarin at the front, continuing to show the confidence he's shown since the very first wheel that he turned on Friday morning.
Fastest lap of the race so far, Hafiz Sharin.
Confidence of Kito behind him as well, sliding it through turn 1.
These long straights, the power of the Ducati. Can it match the power of the Honda CBR 1000s? A little bit further back, losing ground is Andy Farid and Adam Norridin on the Suzuki. Lachlan Epis and Zakwan. Cam Dunker is there. Zakwan, has he got past Cam Dunker? I think he has.
He has. And Rio as well. He's got about a second and a half to Lachlan Epis ahead of him.
Hafiz Sharin is holding on to the back of Nakarino Tirapuvapat and Kito Abe at this stage.
Yeah, Fizz and Quito lapping quicker than our race leader, Nakarin and Tirapuvapap. So the question is he holding them up? Let's see, and look who's getting onto the back of them as well, Andy Farid. And we know he's going to be strong later in the race. Here comes Zakwan, the number 21.
He's just posted the fastest Sector 2 time, 36.721. That's quick, although Andy Farid was even quicker. But he is closing in.
Yeah, Zakwan could do with someone like Andy Farid taking some big points away to keep his championship hopes on track.
It's like high-speed poker out there as well, isn't it? Although Chip Nakarin looks like he's got all the aces, 4 aces at the moment for the Honda Thailand racer. The lead ahead of Abe, Hafiz Sharin behind them. Andy Farid is the hop for Astra Honda just behind them. And Zakwan Zaidi making short work. He'll catch up with Lachlan Epis and Adam Noradin.
The gap looks longer there as they go down towards turn 4. But last time around, the 2 riders behind him were a little bit quicker than Nakarin. And Andy Farid is getting on to the back of Hafiz Sharin. He's threatening to grab some big points.
Zakwan still trying to claw on the back of Epis and Noradin.
He's got him, I think.
He has, he's just gone in front of Lachlan Epis. Noradin next on the Suzuki. Front 4 getting away, and then Zakwan, he still has got time. He's going to have to use an awful lot of tyre wear as they come into turn number 12. The late braking.
The challenge for Zakwan now is that he's running the same pace as the leaders, but somehow he needs to go faster if he's going to catch them up. Look at Quito Abe.
The Suzuki of Adam Noradin is looking pretty good as he crosses the start-finish line. A little bit further down, Joe Francis goes through the start-finish line. He's having a fun time with Rio Mizuno. And Nataton Tonkwat is there as well.
So coming up to complete another lap are our race leaders.
How does Hafiz approach this? Does he just hold on, make sure Nakarin doesn't get too far away? As he makes a move there on the inside of Quito Abe. There's the answer from Hafiz Sharin. Aggression from the Ducati man.
I would have called that exactly wrong, Des. I was thinking he was holding back and saving it till later. He's made a move now. Let's see what he can do.
Brave, brave, brave work.
Yeah, lapping in the high 135s. Quickest last time around.
Well, Nakarin's the championship leader, so I understand why Hafiz is rolling the dice. He's taking the chances.
Yeah, we need to put Nakarin under pressure now. See if he can get him to crack.
Abe is trying to make a move back. Andy Farid is there, and we know, we've seen Andy Farid in the past. He just puts pressure on, it's like a vice, Andy Farid. In the meantime, Zakwan has got himself up into P5 and is leading the opportunity to get there. That's how the championship stands if it were to finish now.
Yeah, chasing riders are putting their tyres under a lot of pressure. Nakarin, Hafiz, asking a lot of their tyres, and especially Quito Abe. Meanwhile, Andy Farid just behind them, keeping it nice and tidy. A long way to go.
It's Andy Farid that is fascinating me because he's riding very smoothly, whereas it looks like Nakarin and Hafiz are working hard. But
and Abe, yeah, you watch him, he's sliding into every turn.
Andy Farid just looks like he's, well, there's no pressure on him. He can't win the title. He can just spoil other people's fun.
Yeah, it's fastest sector 2 of the race so far for Hafiz. So really piling on the pressure. And Nakarin ahead of him. I think Nakarin's got a cool enough head these days to absorb that pressure, but can he tactically keep him behind?
Fascinating stuff. Once again, they come down into turn number 12.
He was 2.5 tenths quicker than Nakarin through sector 2.
What kind of a drive out off turn 12? Nakarin does well, but the Ducati has got bags of power. Not quite enough on that straight. Maybe a move coming up on this next straight if he can get close enough.
I think so. That Ducati is the fastest bike on track. He should be able to out-drag Nakarin. Honda's quick too, but I think he's going to... No. Nakarin got good drive out of turn 1.
That was the key. That was the key.
He's riding beautifully, Nakarin at the front.
I think Hafiz is reliant upon a slight misjudgment, a slight poor drive out to get right on the back end of Nakarin Arturo Purbat. Gets very close, leaves the braking late.
As they go into turn 5 and he's got him.
No, he hasn't.
No.
Nakarin takes it back. Oh!
And he's having another go into turn 7. And this time he's going to make it stick. What can Nakarin do in reply? Well, he's coming up the inside.
Thrilling, thrilling, thrilling.
Nakarin isn't going to let this go if he possibly can. Right, he's racing now. Hafiz. They're leaving the other two behind them in this battle for P1. What a race this is turning out to be.
How much wear on the tyres though, because that was serious amount of work.
Yeah. Just got this under control.
The drive out though from Nakarin is good. Hafiz tries to hold off the challenge from Nakarin. Arturo Purbat. Well, 100% for the effort, for the attitude of Hafiz Sharin. The pressure is on him immensely. The luck has been against him all season, but now Nakarin decides to go on the inside. And that was a bit scary, how quickly he took over.
Yeah, look at the attitude and the poise of Nakarin. He lost the lead, he hasn't lost his nerve. Really good stuff, brilliant stuff from both these riders.
Nakarin Arturo Purbat. That's a cool response, and once again, this is where the overtake happened.
Same place, and Nakarin's ready to switch inside. And he's holding. He's not going to do it.
Wow. And look at bottom left, look at the attitude down in the pit lane. If they're doing that in the pit lane, what is Hafiz thinking?
Nakarin putting the pressure on, showing Hafiz's front wheel. Both these riders are so good at absorbing pressure. It's going to come down to speed and tactics. I think the nerve of both of them. Top quality.
Let's not forget, behind them, Kito Abe and Andy Faridistar are happily watching these two punch each other silly. Hafiz leads, but it's by 2/10 of a second, 1/10 of a second. Abe and Andy Farid then. Zakwan's not a million miles away.
Yeah. And they're slowing each other down, Nakarin and Hafiz.
Yeah.
Because the other two are coming back up. They were both faster than Hafiz and Nakarin.
Same
Nakarin
place.
Again, he loves it. On turn into 3. Long, sweeping U-turn.
I'm wondering if that's just braking. Nakarin is leaving the braking much later.
Braking or slipstream, power delivery, but this time Hafiz is going early to get past Nakarin before turn 5. Tell you what, that takes some courage to do that into turn 4 against a rider of Nakarin's caliber. And he's gapped him. This is brilliant work by Hafiz Sharin on the JDT Ducati Panigale.
It's incredibly brave. He's really decided, I'm going to go for it.
Yeah, he doesn't have the best record here at Chang International Circuit, Hafiz.
He had a P3 and a P5 in round 1. P3 and P5 would not win in the title in round 6. And you're right, Abe and Andy Farrett, they're still closing. And they're saying to the two in front of them, you keep on slugging it out.
Yeah. Plenty of mileage to go yet.
4 laps.
Rana is definitely not over yet. Makarin stopping, drop by Hafiz. He can't get away. He's going to have to push with everything he's got to keep that Thai that Thai Honda behind him.
That long straight once again. This time, Hafiz leaves his braking just a smidgen later and is able to hold on as a result. But the pressure that Nakarin and Tirapuvapat is putting onto the Ducati, and now Abe is closing just a little bit. 6/10 Abe behind Hafiz.
Different strategy there from Nakarin. He was looking for a fast drive out of turn 3, but Hafiz also got a very fast drive out of turn 3, so he retains the lead. They're through turn 6 now. Bang it over to the right into turn 7. Nothing between them.
This is first versus second in the championship. Nakarin, second in this race, leads by 4 points. If it remains like this, we would have a new championship lead in Hafiz Sharin. But it's a big if.
Yeah, last time around it was Nakarin who was quickest. And he's all over the back of that Ducati now.
Can't get on the inside. Braking point
Ooh,
so
look,
important.
just behind him, Andy Farid shaping up alongside Kito Abe. Got 3 laps after this one. Andy Farid is on the move.
Hope you're enjoying this at home. This is fabulous. World-class racing. Zakwan not being able to make an impression, but Nakarin does.
Yeah, he got a really good drive out of turn 1 and a good toe, put himself in exactly the right position to get his way past Hafiz and get through turn 3 cleanly, so he regains the lead from the Malaysian.
This is where Hafiz Sharin has made his moves on 4 separate occasions. Nakarin this time closed the gate again. Hafiz goes on the inside. Bike wobbles, he needs to control and slow down. And this time Nakarin holds on, and look at Andy Farid Izdihar. He's making the move.
Yeah, Andy Farid, he's doing what Andy Farid does. He's coming late in the race, 2 more laps after this one. And he was the only rider to be in the 135s last time around. So currently quickest rider on track is in P3. Andy Farid Izdihar.
Right, Jim Nakarin's on medium compound front tyre. Will that have an impact? Andy Farid looks on the inside. Andy Farid moves into P2. Hafiz has to give. Hafiz 3. Nakarin 1. Andy Farid 2.
Yeah, once again, Andy Farid, fastest rider on track, puts himself into P2 behind his former Asia Dream teammate, Nakarin Tirapuvapat. Brilliant stuff.
But Andy Farid is a spoiler more than anything else. He's not the main event, but he's making himself the main event.
Yeah, don't tell him that. He won't listen.
Forget me at your peril.
Yeah, 1 lap ago, he was in 4th, now he's in 2nd.
Oh, Hafiz is in trouble. He's dropping backwards, Hafiz Sharin on the Ducati. And Nakarin accelerates away. Here's Hafiz just being held up by Andy Farid Izdihar, the Indonesian. They go round 4 and 5. Abe's not out of this equation either.
Ooh, here comes Hafiz.
Oh, wow.
Shot through. Absolutely shot through. Back into P2. In front of Andy Farid. We've got 1 lap to go after this one. Turns 8 and 9, 10.
I can tell you we've got a few DNFs as we've been watching this thrilling race. Hafiz Sharin now chasing once again. Chip Nakarin breaks late. Abe's not out of this, Barry Russell. Nakarin 1, Hafiz, what kind of a drive 2? Andy Farrett 3, Arbe right in the equation, a second between 1 and 4.
Arbe maybe just struggling a little bit more for grip than the others. Andy Farid's got Hafiz Sharin in his sights once again. He's gotten past him once. Can he do it again? Can Hafiz close on Nakarin Atirapuvapat? He's having to defend against Andy Farid as they go into turn 3 for the final time.
This is a crucial moment. This is where Hafiz Sharin has been able to attack Nakarin Atirapuvapat on 4 previous occasions. As they come into turn 4, he's not quite close enough on this occasion. Nakarin takes the lead. Right then, this is it for Hafiz Sharin. Looks on the inside, has speed. Does he have the drive coming out? He looks to make a move. Round 4 and 5. Oh, it's so close, and Hafiz is, he's on the inside. There's contact, and look at that. Andy Farid comes through. Hafiz has hold on to P1.
Somehow, Nakarin back in P3, all of a sudden the lowest he's been for the entire race. Andy Farid in P2, now looking for the final run into turn 12.
As they come into turn 12, Hafiz Sharin, bravery personified. He leaves a braking lane. Hafiz Sharin, what kind of a drive as they come through. Hafiz Sharin with a brilliant win.
What a ride from Hafiz Sharin. You can see what that means. What a race that was. Wow, that is one of the best Superbike races I've seen.
Oh, cojones.
Since we started this in 2019. My goodness. And what a ride from Andy Farid. Peter Arbe came through, somehow mugged Nakarin for P3.
Sensational. Hafiz Sharin Abdullah, JDT Racing on the Ducati. Nobody, well, after qualification, nobody thought he could hold off the Hondas, but he's really taken it to them. He's battled against Nakarin. He's taken him on turn 4 several times, and then right on the last lap, he takes Andy Farid as well. Oh, be still like beating heart.
Yeah, Hafiz wants to shake hands. Nakarin is absolutely distraught. Going from P1 to P4 on the last lap.
It will give Hafiz Sharin an 8-point lead going into the final race.
That's a very significant advantage given his performance today. And it all went wrong right at the end for Nakarin. Zakwan made the best of a bad job because of that long lap penalty he had to do, but he came through in 5th. Realistically, that's the best he could have hoped for. 7 seconds behind our winner. He won't be at that disadvantage in race 2 tomorrow.
Andy Farid has done Hafiz an immense favour there as a real spoiler.
Yeah, Andy Farid going for the points.
How about this? This is on the final lap. Hafiz goes on the inside. This is so brave, Barry Russell.
Yeah, into turn 7. It's a really difficult turn. But he makes it stick. Look how hard Nakarin's fighting on the outside. Well, it could have been another drama, and Andy Farid just goes, oh, there's a little gap. I think I'll go through there.
Well, there were racing incidents that cost Hafiz in Sepang. They both stayed on the bike this time. And Hafiz Sharin comes in. His adrenaline will be absolutely pumping. But he's got to calm down because there's still a championship to win tomorrow.
Yeah, and just remember, at the start of the race, he had technical problems on the grid. Oh my goodness. So, hugs all around for the Malaysian legend. He still wears Pascal, his MotoGP nickname, on the back of his leathers because of how good he is in the wet, but there's very little chance of wet race this weekend. Absolutely brilliantly judged. Made his way towards the front earlier than I thought he would. But he's been getting stronger and stronger all weekend. Started from 5th. Made his way up to win and now leads the championship by 8 points.
Wow. Wow. Indeed. Just some other stories. There are other stories. Non-finish for Cameron Dunker, Joe Francis, or Rio Mizuno. Joe picks up his best result of the season with a P10. Declan Carberry 9. Nataton Tonquat in 8. Adam Noradin in the Suzuki in P7. Lachlan Epis in P6. Zakwan Zaidi 7 seconds behind in P5. But the real story is what happened amongst the P4. That was as thrilling as I can recall, Barry Russell.
I'm sure that's the best Superbike race we've seen in 5 years.
Quito is unlucky in this one, but still in the podium towards that last lap. It looked like the pace was coming towards the end, but then just wasn't close enough this time. So again, tell us what happened in the race this time.
In the race beginning, so feeling is better, and I can follow the Nakaring, and sometimes I can go. I want to go passing, but remaining 6 lap, 5 lap. My rear tire is finished, so I keep the average lap time. I cannot push. Then the remaining 2 laps, Andy come in front of me. So it's a very difficult race. So, but today I get the podium is not so bad. Yes, and okay, tomorrow I try to more good result get. Yes.
Can't wait for that, Quito. Congratulations on your podium. In second place from Astra Honda Racing Team. It's the last couple of races, second last race for Astra Honda. It's Andy Farid Izdiar. We have a quick word with Andy. Andy, your pace was good, and it's your final weekend with Astra Honda, and wow, what a way to do it. On the podium on that last lap, that was a real push, and really the opportunity of window opened up for you, and you took full advantage. So tell us about this race. How did you find that late pace?
Yeah, like always, I always get the pace in the last part of the race, and then I just concentrate how to manage the tire, but in some point I was struggling in turn 5 and turn 10, and then in the last acceleration I couldn't find the best drive until last corner. So this P2 is for my mechanics especially. They are working hard for me all the time this year, and yeah, this race 1 we get P2, and tomorrow I want to give the best present for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andy. Congratulations and good luck for tomorrow. And victorious in race 1 at the Chang International Circuit, and the new championship leader once again in 2025 for the ASB 1000 from JDT Racing, it's Hafiz Sharin. And he's still having a bit of celebration, and just going to try to bring Hafiz over while just grab some stuff from his team. I think he's just getting his sunglasses out. Hafiz always brings some very unique designs for sunglasses. So Hafiz, what a battle this was. I haven't seen you fight like that in a long time, but that was a proper scrap. And the advantage of using the outer line from turn 6 into 7, that's a bold move. You did it a few times, and it was amazing that you found grip there. So Hafiz, tell us about this race, because that was a hard-fought victory.
I'm very surprised to my rhythm, because I've been trying many things during the session yesterday, and we couldn't improve in the last sector, especially lose to Honda in the last sector 0.2, 0.3. But this morning looks like we try to close a bit the gap, but not enough. And then in the race, I make a different thing on my line, and also, yeah, work hard, pay off. And I know I'm very strong in the sector 2. That's why I try to be in front of Andy, and then try to attack Nakarin or Andy in the same place. And yeah, we did very well. And this win for everyone that who come here and support us, and also to all Malaysian fans, and last but not least to my team. They did an incredible job, and also to myself. It's like reward for myself. I've been out for training and few weeks far from my family, and yeah, this sacrifice worth it for me.
Thank you so much, Hafiz. Congratulations to you.
Terrific reaction. Here's the result. We haven't had time to give you this. Hafiz Sharin takes it by 0.197 of a second from Andy Farid Izdiha. A wonderful, wonderful final lap. So aggressive, Hafiz Sharin Abdullah. Sector 2, the key to this. Kito Abe in P3. Nakarin Atirapuvapat drops down for Honda Racing Thailand to P4. Let me tell you though, if he wins tomorrow and Hafiz comes third, Nakarin will be the champion. Zakwan Zaidi in P5, Lachlan Epis in 6, Adam Noradin on the AMI Suzuki in P7, and Natatan Tongkwat for Yamaha TMP in 8. Declan Carberry, Savitar Racing Asia, nearly a minute down in P9. Rio Mizuno didn't finish for in the Ducati. Chio Yu Zhou was 1 lap down. Joe Francis, Victor Racing Team, he came out with 7 laps remaining. Cameron Dunker, also not a finisher. Breathless, breathless ASB Superbikes 1000cc. Hafiz Sharin, nervy start because there were technical problems. We focused on him when we got away. Little did we know how aggressive he would be throughout this race, Barry Russell.
Yeah, he was. He ran around in third for a while and then made quite an early move to put himself within reach of Nakarin at the front at this stage. And indeed, for most of this race, Nakarin was looking confident and quick at the front.
Yeah, Nakarin Atirapuvapat, number 41. But he was on medium compound tyres. Do you think that has just cost him right at the very death?
It could be. I mean, you look where Hafiz is overtaking him there. That's under hard braking. So that just the more rigidity, the more stability from the front tyre could make a difference. But look how hard Nakarin fought back. An absolute valiant effort and epic battle between these two.
It was an epic, and it's not over. There's another race still tomorrow, and both can still win the championship. Only 8 points between them. But for Hafiz Sharin, particularly because the Hondas are being so quick, many had thought, as you see the straight line speed of the Hondas, on Sector 1, the Ducati was struggling.
Yeah, and we thought at this point it might be Nakarin changing his tactics slightly and getting ahead. But look at this, once again into turn 5. So aggressive from Hafiz, and this is through turn 6, and this is really aggressive. Hafiz holding it tight and then banging it over to the right through turn 7. As Daniel said in his interview question, such a difficult thing to do.
It's aggression at 290 kilometers per hour as he holds the lead coming into the final couple of laps behind them. Look at number 23, Andy Farid Izdiha. We've seen Andy Farid on many occasions be able to just ease his way into his race. He's a brilliant finisher, Andy Farid. And as Nakarin and Hafiz have battled with each other, you worried for them whether or not they'd be pipped by Farid.
Yeah, it was at this point that we could see Andy Farid threatening Kito Abe's P3. And we know you can almost set your watch by Andy Farid when you get into the second half of the race that he's going to be the fastest rider on track.
The number of overtakes here, the duel between Nakarin and Hafiz was world class. It was thrilling to observe. I can't imagine the adrenaline of Hafiz because he was going on the dangerous parts of the track to take the inside lines.
Yeah, pushing so hard here once again.
Nearly loses it.
Getting out of shape under braking. He couldn't do what he wanted to do that time around. Nakarin hugs the curve on the left.
Now this is when Andy Farid comes into play, and you're worried here for Hafiz Sharin. You're worried for the Ducati. Has he worked those front tyres too much? Well, the answer was no. If you're going to go past me, heck, I'm going to have a go straight to come past you again. And the number of overtaking manoeuvres that Hafiz was involved with, and again, under severe braking going into turn 7.
Yeah, it's the way he's making those turns. He just bangs that Ducati over on the side. That was the key moment there. Hafiz took the front. Andy Farid looked at the Malay in front of him and saw a gap, went through into second. And at this point, we thought the battle for second was between Andy Farid and Chip Nakarin, because Kito Abe still, as they went round turn 10, with a little bit of drift.
We're on the final lap here, and for Hafiz, having worked so hard, he dare not give it away on turn 12. Andy Farid just has a little glimpse to see if there's any space. The answer is no. And Abe comes through, as you say. Abe comes through to just pip Nakarin, whose front tyre left him, and he ends up slowing down, does Nakarin. Joy unconfined in the Ducati camp, but there's still a lot of work to do tomorrow. Triumphant on Saturday. What about Sunday?
About Sunday, 8 points is a decent lead with 25 on the table, but as you said, P1 or P3, and Zakwan penalty free. Who knows?
You can see Kito Abe, despite the management, with a smile. No real smiles from Abe. And Andy Farid, well, he's more than a spoiler, but in effect he is a spoiler.
Yeah, one of the great sons in recent years of Astra Honda.
And the Johor flag and the smile. Ooh, that's a bit early. That's a bit early to be doing that.
Yeah, but massive respect to JDT and Hafiz Shirin for fighting so hard.
JDT with the team award. And we are going to get the national anthem of Malaysia, Negaraku, to celebrate an epic Superbikes race. Well, enjoy the moment now, but tomorrow is going to be a 10-10 stay.
Yeah, Hafiz couldn't have hoped for anything more.
Chokchanak Chichov, the International Event Director of Chang International Circuit, which once again has been a wonderful host on this first of 2 days racing. He hands out the awards to Kito Abe and to Andy Farid Izdaha, Japan, Indonesia, and the winner's award to Hafiz Sharin Abdullah on the Ducati. It was such a gutsy, brave race.
Yeah, it had everything there, and that performance from Hafiz. But the three riders plus Nakarin, what a show they put on.
Mr. Chongsai Wongsawan, FIM Asia representative, to hand out the team award to JDT Racing. They're all smiles now, but remember, on the grid beforehand when there was a bike problem, gosh, there were some hearts in mouths.
Yeah, there certainly was. They looked grim-faced when they came off the grid, but there was no need.
But congratulations to Hafiz. It's win number 4 of the season. It's win number 4 in the last 6 races. He has hit his straps at the perfect time, but the job is not done yet, Barry Russell.
No, it's not. And these riders, plus Nakarin, are riding at truly elite levels. Yeah, he's deserved that grin. That will be one of his best performances as well that he will remember.
Okay, as the night closes in, here's the championship. It's an 8-point lead for Hafiz Sharin Abdullah on the Ducati for JDT Racing Team over Nakarin Atirapuva, part of Honda Racing Thailand, who's on 165. That 8 points is the first and third tomorrow, means Nakarin would be champion. Whoa, so Hafiz just has to stay close to Nakarin. Kito Abe, 16 points down on 157. Zakwan Zaidi, that ride through penalty really hurt him on 152 points. Azroy Hakim Anwar, hopefully fit enough tomorrow, but look after yourself, Azroy. On the Idemitsu Honda, he's on 135. Aslan Shah, a missed absentee here on A1 Energy on 96 points. Andy Farid is the he'll want to go out with a big show tomorrow for Astra Honda Racing. He's in 7th place. By Russell, your quick thoughts on a pulsating day of racing?
Yeah, well, going with the last first, the grit, speed and aggression of Hafiz was truly impressive, elite level. Apiwat and Anupab, of course, in Supersport, fantastic race. Arbi taking the title from the top step of the podium, magic moment. And Husni, how did he pick up that win in Underbones? Ramdan Rosley, great performance for him in TVS Asia One Make Championship. Can't wait for tomorrow.
Yes, while we've enjoyed an epic day's racing, a reminder that Thailand is in mourning for the Queen Mother, Queen Sirikat, and our thoughts are with the royal family in this year of mourning for the Queen. But from Buriram and the Chang International Circuit, it has been our absolute privilege to bring you racing of the highest quality. Do join us at 12:30 tomorrow, local time. But for now, from Barry Russell, myself, Des Corkill, from Daniel down on the pit lane, and from the whole team, camera crew, producers, directors, everybody, we'll see you tomorrow at 12:30. Bye for now.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.